It doesn't have champions. I have a problem. First of all, good morning. Welcome. I'm sorry this black shirt is so... It's not a V-neck. Yesterday we had a V-neck, which means there was a lot more chest hair showing. Now, we've just got like a regular... I might change this. This is not good enough. You know what? No. You deserve more than this. This is not right. Okay, found a V-neck. Hang on. Right, hang on. I found V-neck. First time chatter, Baldman Pig 1988. Hi Josh, first time here, I have a problem. Don't worry, I'll try and help. My wife wants to leave me for you, can you give me any advice? Is your wife a healer? Because that is the you know, if your wife's a healer or a tank, then she could probably solve a bit of a problem that we're having whenever we try and organize raids or groups. So let's not immediately discount this. She's a tank. It's basically over for you, mate. Sorry. What spec tank? Like if she's trying to Fury Warrior tank, then we might end up clashing for loot. So I might need to... Was the marriage 10 years long? Was I your best friend for a few years? Because that's going to start a weird loop. Like a strange bit of recursion that we've seen before. Maybe... Hang on, that's the DVD logo, you don't need that. There we go, it's not perfect, but that's better. I'll put the shirt down there. There we go, that's a slightly more attractive thing. Now, yesterday we played what did we play? We played the Warlock yesterday. Also, yesterday was weird. Yesterday got really infested with kind of bigots and misandrists. So, new plan. If Inju's around, I will reveal the plan. Also, we do need another moderator on the stream at some point. So if any of you want to be some kind of internet janitor, do let me know. The pay is nothing, but get this, the respect is also nothing. So drop me a message on the old Discord if you fancy. Yeah, I mean, that could work. Exactly. It's nothing. So you won't get respected or liked, but get this, you also won't have much power. Someone's got to mop the floor, guys, and it ain't going to be me, because I'm focusing on playing the game. Now, yesterday we played the Warlock, and we got to level 33. The thing is, the Warlock is just an edgy mage, and I'm realizing that it's actually quite fun to play mage. But what's more important in a raid? A good Warlock or a good mage? Now I'm thinking we have to try the mage as well. We go back with Magic Strife. The Shadow Priest was cool, don't get me wrong, we like the Shadow Priest. Unfortunately, we are going to push into the mage for a little bit just to see what's going on. I'm learning, I'm getting better, I'm improving. Warlock every time. Warlock is really important in the Burning Crusade. Really? Why? Why is the Warlock so bloody important? Is this stream only for people in their 30s? Not only, although I am playing World of Warcraft Classic, so it's probably going to kind of self-filter down to that, if that makes sense. Wipe prevention. Oh, I see. Did I quit Albion? Yes. Big damn. Welcome in, Moose. How are you doing today? What are you up to? Are we playing Warcraft? Is that what's happening? Ah, you've been playing some Midnight, I see. How's that been going? Yes, I stalked you as soon as you appeared. At least one mage is useful, buffs and water. Beyond that, all mages are just filler. Right, so you know what? We need more warlocks, don't we? I think I like the class fantasy of the mage more than the warlock. Right, what dungeon can we do as a mage right now? We probably want to be farming... I mean, probably stock... hang on, what level am I right now? 28. We probably want to start farming stockades. That's what we could do. We could definitely start farming the stockades. You're role-playing some dwarf stuff on hardcore with Savix and some of the other guys. Oh, sweet. How's that going? Say hi to Savix if you're seeing for me. I think you missed my Ashbringer update. Level 38, got all your Scarlet Monastery gear. God damn, you are powering through. Well done. Genuinely well done. That's really cool. Not feeling like the warrior anymore. Can a man not change the character he plays without people immediately going, what happened to the previous character? Can variety not simply be part of a healthy day-to-day meal? Can't they? Hang on, he's got cool shoulders. What's he got? I want to see his shoulders. Show me your shoulders. He's wearing... He's a Warlock. Oh, hang on. Mantle of 3 Terrors. Oh, that's awesome. That's super cool. Hang on. That is very cool. Right, let me just have a look at something. How does the Warlock Burning Crusade... How does the dungeon, the lists look? The collection of the tier sets for the Warlock. Right, so that's the tier set for the Mage, which is fine. That's much cooler. Alright, I'm going to be real. That is much, much cooler. So what about tier 4? These are the weird ones, aren't they? Tier 4 and 5. Okay, cool. That's a Mage one. Void Heart. Oh, that's so much cooler. Warlocks are like the emo mages. Right, tier 5, what we got? Mages looks kind of boring, to be honest. Warlock. Oh, you look so badass. There's like skulls and everything. Why? Mages are just nerds. Alright, that's what I've learned. That's what we've learned today. Mages, straight up nerds. Warlocks, however, the cooler mages. Emo mages, that's it. A Warlock is a mage that once listens to the Rasmus. That's all they are. Right, who wants to do the Scarlet Monastery? It is literally going to be just a Scarlet Monastery thing. Is Inju immediately right? Inju, listen. Yesterday got weird because we got a load of weird bigots, misanthropists, and misogynists. We managed to have people from both sides. It was strange. So here's my solution. 1, we're going to get an extra moderator. If you want to mod this stream and do what Inju does, and you've seen how sad it makes them, then you can simply message me on Discord and be like, hey, I want to be sad too. The second thing we're doing is Inju, and I'm saying this now so everyone knows, Inju has blanket authority to ban literally anyone for literally any reason. Alright? I won't even question it. Like, if someone just says, hey, Inju, just ban this person, I'm like, cool, they deserved it. Alright? But that works. That's a lot of effort off me. That's offloading a huge amount of focus, and it's literally just giving you the authority to just do that. Okay? It's much easier. I think Inju's earned it at this point. Mr. Arid, can I have a ban? Inju, ban that person. They've asked nicely. There you go. Just use the power. Just a little bit. Just as a treat. As a little Sunday morning treat. You know, just ban a few people. As a little Sunday morning treat. Go for it. Yeah, you're in your Palpatine stage right now. Inju cracking under the pressure of the new power. Someone just joins. Hi, Josh, I've watched your YouTube videos. Banned. Immediately. Just the ban hammer swings around wildly. Okay, who wants to do... What's the dungeon we should be doing? As we just continue to level up? We should probably be doing Scarlet Armory or Library. So, anyone up for SM lib/arm runs? You've done that by mistake before and you know it, yes. Yes. Injured thing is, you can see the mod log and I can just see what you've done. Like, I can see the mod actions. I can see the last people that we banned, the last people that we unbanned. I can see people that have sent unban requests. No one has sent unban requests. So either we've not banned anyone that wanted to come back in, or we've not banned anyone wrongly. So excellent. That works. That works really well. Who is up for the good old Scarlet Monastery? My character looks sick. Thanks. They need some more sunlight. But they need to look way better than they do currently. We need to level them up pretty powerfully. Someone said something really sweet and I tried to ban the person above them and you accidentally banned them. Inju, you know that you can see the list of people that have been banned. Where's the Scarlet Monastery? Ward DM and Healer. Okay, cool. I can come on the Shaman. You can do that. You can do that. I think now we just need a tank. No unbans. It was meant to be. That's exactly... We are where we need to be. Right, Prefi the Priest. Lovely. I am a Destruction Warlock, that is true. We might need a tank. We may at some point require a tanky tank. Am I done with the warrior for now? I don't know. I chop and change as I see fit. You know, I go where the wind blows. I'm like a hot air balloon. Nobody knows how they drive. They just get up into the sky and kind of hope. That's what happens. Nobody knows. You just, you turn the game on, you log on, and you just kind of hold on. Can I ban Visa? I could, but I'm not going to. Right, who else is joining? Still need a healer? Yeah, probably. And Lock, I can come on the Shaman. Oh, I see, gotcha. We now need a tank. Need a tank and a DPS. We need a tank and a DPS for Scarlet Monastery runs. Hello, lovely chat. Hello, Korsh. How you doing today? Welcome. Welcome to the stream. Is there still space in the Union? There is one space. The first person to DM me gets it. I'm sorry. Hot air balloons are like Saturday Twitch chat. Flammable and full of hot air. Also, there's no way to really understand how they work. Oh, thank you for the summon. That is very kind of you. Let me simply wait and see who else was summoning. Did you know back when the tank Warlock was a thing for a short period? I did not know that, but I would absolutely play that. Now, we require level 22 tank looking for group. I don't think you'll be able to do the Scarlet Monastery. No, library is... Hang on, graveyard is 28 minimum. 28 minimum. We need... Does anyone want to do Scarlet Monastery Graveyard? Anyone? Yes, Neroy. We can do Graveyard. Neroy, are you a DPS or are you a tank or are you a healer? Because if you're a healer, nobody's dying. Cool, you're a shaman again. Okay, cool. We now just need a tank. Unless one of you guys can tank. Can any one of you guys tank? Because, like, if you can tank, we've solved the problem here. I did see you in the Albion streamer event. Yes, you did, and I will continue to be there as soon as the event starts. You have heal talent, but you could DPS, you guess? Can anyone tank? If one of you is able to tank, I'll be happy. You tanked in Guild Wars 1, does that help? Yeah, it transfers. We're all healer specs. Okay, cool, so nobody's dying. So Neroy DPS. And what I will do is we will find a tank. We need... You can tank, says Kleck. Kleck is tanking. Get involved. Kleck, you cheeky chap. If... Okay, cool. We've got one Dwarf Paladin. This is perfect. Kleck. Now we summon you. Neroy. We've got more Goat Girls with us. This is great. Would be Graveyard, though. Only 29. That's fine. That's absolutely fine. We can do a Graveyard run. What about overhealing the boss until the HP integer overflows into the negative? Ah, the feeding method. We need to wait for Hooked on a Feeding to get back for that. He'll know what's going on with that. Damn, you look like you were tanking all night yesterday. Yeah, I do look rough this morning, don't I? I appreciate that. I was... Oh, are we all here? Right. Summon me back real quick. Yeah, that's fine. So unfortunately, I watched one of those videos that exposes the stupid world of Looksmaxing, which unfortunately then meant that I was up all night, intrigued, watching stupid Looksmaxing videos. And I'll tell you what, that is the worst thing to do to Looksmax, because you end up being really tired and staying awake all night. And then you get some kind of videos that say, don't sleep on the side of your pillow, only sleep with the back of your head on the pillow, elevated to a 45-degree angle, and the lymph nodes will drain into the lymphatic system. And I'm like, no, all right? What I'm going to do is throw myself onto my bed, wiggle around for a while, and end up sleeping in some kind of weird, super hyper position that is neither on my front nor my side, and yet is somehow comfy. The Penguins video? No, I'll just watch the original video. I've already got a Greenwing Macaw, but thank you for the offer. What's in the mug? Cup of tea. Will there be a main channel video this month? Who knows? Ask the Oracle. We have to consider all of the possible outcomes. We must consult the ancient texts. Guys, just cozy sleep. Remember as well, if you want to be good looking, don't forget to smash your face with a hammer. That's very important. In fact, if anything, I've discovered that's probably like the most important thing. Right, Cirque, Klek, Prefi, Neroi. Oh, we're all here. Okay, ready? Let's go. Yeah, just smash your face with a hammer every now and again. As a little treat. Right, summon the old fell steed and get running. It's apparently an essential part of metal or rubber hammer. Honestly, both at that point. Just dual wield. Just straight up dual wield it. Give yourself... Start off with the rubber hammer. You know, ease yourself into it. Josh's streams are great and almost unique. They can be watched with big interest, both with and without both audio and video. Yeah, you can watch this stream purely visually. You can watch it absolutely purely audio. And then, if you find that you do or don't like any of those things, you don't need to engage in either of that. You just leave it on in the background. Does a Warhammer work fine too? Yeah, I would say that if you're going to do bone smashing with a Warhammer, you get approximately one big smash. As opposed to lots of little ones. Right, now I'm on the Warlock, but... hang on, let me put the right... There we go, there's the correct amount of stuff. Right. If you have kings, I'd take that. Are you guys doing some... Oh, you're doing some boosts and buffs. Who wants... Do you want a life orb? I can get you a little life orb. Give me a sec. Okay, hang on. Create soulstone. And what I'm going to do is... I'm going to target the tank. Give them a soulstone. Don't die. There we go. Right. Straight up, don't die. Good luck. Everyone else, just attack whatever you want. Tank, lead the way, and I will just DPS things. That's my... Ready to go? Ready. Did the warrior drown? Yeah. Do I know about the Skyrim RP server? Probably. Tell me what happens in it. Oh, that was nice. Okay, let me just summon my imp for a second. Summoning imp, then we'll be good. Soulstone on a tank is a new one. Isn't the healer that should be protected? Well, no, because if the tank dies, the healer dies as well. We need the tank to be alive. Tank, pull whatever you want. Whatever you want, whenever you want, to be honest. Go for it. Now we just throw all the damage at the scryer. I probably want to get some stuff that increases shadow damage or increases fire damage. Oh, we have 3 healers. That's a good point, yeah. So why don't I just run forward? One of you just stay on me. Hang on. I can just keep constantly killing myself. Will Josh ever play retail? Yeah, I suppose I will at some point eventually. It'll have to happen. You know, there's no way that it won't eventually happen. There we go. Now we just keep killing this main dude here, who I think is on the tank. I did play retail for a little bit back in Battle for Azeroth, but just not played it for a long time, you know? No mana? Well, time to punch myself in the face to get some mana. The day you play retail is the day the servers will go down forever. Oh, you guys hear that Turtle WoW had an injunction sent against it by Blizzard? I tried to tell all of the Turtle WoW people, if you want Turtle WoW to continue, stop talking about it. This is why I don't advertise private servers, because people always come to me and go, hey, do you want to play this private server? You want to talk about this private server? You want to go play this private server? I'm like, do you have any idea how fast you're going to kill your private server if someone plays it? I'm sure they will stay up, don't get me wrong, because they're based in some country that doesn't care about the American jurisdiction. But it's so weird that if you want to have something that is, you know, potentially damaging to the main... Oh, hang on, what's that? No. If you want to have something that's potentially damaging to the main business of whatever it's copying, don't advertise it everywhere. Don't poke the bear. Stop advertising crimes that you want to keep committing. And the amount of people that came to me and said, hey, you know, could you play our server? Could you do this? Could you sort that out? I'm like, listen, if I play it, that's just immediate attention drawn straight to it. Rare Josh L take. Of course you need to advertise it so there'll be enough players. Briss, think deeper than W's and L's. You need to advertise as enough players. Okay, in that case, advertise it in places that are not going to be blatant. Don't do YouTube advertising. Don't do Twitch streaming advertising. Don't comment on the official Blizzard social media stuff that you're there. Don't tag Blizzard in the social media that you're trying to put out. Does that make more sense? Because that's what people did. I'm like, at some point, guys, you are literally just poking the bear for the sake of poking the bear. I find it really weird when people are like, weird L take, weird W take. Well, you are right on this and you are wrong on that. Maybe you can just say, I disagree with that, that's fine. You can simply disagree if you wish. Would you poke a ghost if it was wet? Chill Sunday stream? Yeah, chill Sunday stream is happening, don't you worry about that. Weirdly reasonable takes. Yeah, there we go. That'll work. I'll take that. Are wet ghosts L's or W's? No, that's not fun. We want conflict. We do, but you can go to another stream for that. You can do another conflict stream. Oh, large solid chest. Go for it, tank. All yours, bro. It gets rolled anyway, so if it's a cool blue thing, it doesn't matter. The Night Sky Mantle is not as good as my shoulders. I'm going to level up in a minute, which is going to be great. I'm going to get level 34, which means I can probably go and upgrade my abilities and stuff. That's a very L take, Josh. I don't know. Sometimes I wonder whether this entire stream is just watched by a combination of absolutely burnt out 50-year-olds and completely immature 15-year-olds with nothing in between. I do sometimes, because people sometimes message me being like, hey Josh, just so you know, I really enjoy the fact we can just hang here and chat and chill out and not worry too much about stuff, and it's kind of low energy, which is nice. And then other people are like, Josh, why don't you care about everything in the world ever like I do? I'm like, okay. Yeah, so it's either really chilled out 40-plus-year-olds that I would absolutely have no problem hanging out with immediately, and it is extremely immature late teenagers to early 20s who are politically active to the point where they must make sure everyone knows that they're in the right all the time forever. That's the one. You did have Asmongold in your videos a few years back, so they came from there. Do you mean Asmongold reacted to a load of videos that I made, and then when I made a video talking to a lot of MMORPG creators, he was in that one as well, along with MMO Bite and Zeppler and loads of other people? Hey Josh, oh don't do it, Wishy. Don't. Blank, I don't care. Oh, that time I streamed watching his video as he watched my video. Yeah, that was the fun one. Hey, we leveled up. LTK, good morning to you. I am doing very well. How are you doing today? Welcome to the stream. It's lovely to have you with us. I can finally actually do some more stuff, reduce the manner of my... I need to completely redo my talents, by the way, because I've absolutely 100% built into affliction, which I'm now just not doing at all. Like, I'm doing no affliction damage whatsoever. I am glad you are good. Oh, LTK, I saw the image you put up of you bought a Sisters of Battle, one of the Adeptus Sororitas. It was a super cool model that you got. and you have found like a Dungeons and Dragons group that you can play as well. That's really nice to see. It's so cool when we can finally find that kind of social group that we like hanging out in. Love that stuff. Should you equip the Ancake Plate or sell it? Scat, that's a good question. You know you can get Ancake Plate for free. There is a free Ancake Plate in the game if you know where to look. Soon as you start the game, run south to Nashkel, and you can find an Ancake Plate there. In the farm. In the bottom left corner. There you go. Information hazard for that. So you can sell that and immediately start the game. 40 years old, went to a 2-day power metal festival. Nice! Oh, you've discovered that you can't do it anymore. You got old now. We can't keep going. Are there any rares? Any rares have spawned? No rares have spawned, which is a shame. XP run, please. Let's kill all. Guys, kill everything because our tank is level 29. And we want to be able to gather the experience from this, which caps at level 36. While we're all here. We want to be grabbing some experience for our tank. A world full of craziness. It's nice to have someone down to earth. I try. I do try. Yesterday got weird. Maybe the weekends are going to get weird. Maybe the weekends we have to be on like red alert to make sure that we aren't just letting a load of weird random bigots in. Because I'm reminded of the old saying that mercy to the guilty is cruelty to the innocent, as they say. So what I can't do is, as much as I would like to extend a level of civility and a level of understanding and a level of respect to people who want to come in and talk, we do get into the paradox of tolerance where if people are coming in to talk and they are taking advantage of that good nature, and they are, by doing so, making other people who are regulars here feel uncomfortable or unseen or disrespected, then we will simply kick those people out. What happened yesterday? We had a lot of rather emotionally extreme guys who just didn't like women very much. And I think they were scared of them. Because I think that's what it is. Most of the guys are just scared of girls. Yeah. That's what happened. And at some point, you realize that these people are taking advantage of a more understanding nature. And they are effectively just offending and insulting people and spreading exceptionally bigoted ideologies, which isn't right. That's not the way to do it. Hack says, it's not hard to see women as other humans. Well, I mean, obviously women are different from men, you know? I mean, that they can fly. And I know that they don't show that often, but if you hang around them enough, you do realize they can. It's a very well-kept secret. And honestly, I'm impressed that you've managed to keep it that secret for that long. They can shoot lasers from their eyes. Some of them can. Some of them can. Why are you telling them? You'll just have to not, you know, do it when anyone's looking. And as much as I joke that all women aren't one hive mind, the terrifying thing is that they actually are. And people are like, you know, all women just want this. Okay, you aren't scared enough, all right? The Borg in Star Trek The Next Generation was one woman. That's the terrifying thing. All right, you've seen Terminator? Skynet? That's pretty much it. Right, where's our tank? There's our tank. Our tank is doing well. So yeah, I think what happened was, and you have to remember, it was Saturday yesterday, which means that they weren't at school. The weekend streams definitely have a different vibe. And I do think it is because the kids aren't at school. And I think we do have to remember sometimes, and I have to remember sometimes, that no matter how much tolerance you extend to someone, If that person is intolerant of that, the paradox of tolerance kicks in, which means you can't keep extending civility to people who keep pushing it back. People who want to hurt other people may not be the most deserving of your support. They are 30 years old and not in school. The terrifying thing is that that's probably true, but I don't want to think that. Because the two ways that I approach this are either these people are incredibly socially inept because they're teenagers, or they're socially inept because they're hateful adults. Has there ever been a time where it got too much? Yeah, yesterday went past the line a couple of times, to be fair. Some of them were very immature, remarkably so. It's immature adults, that's what it is. Being old does not make you mature. In many ways, it just makes you jaded. And you do have to remember that we are also specifically getting the crowd who are willing to sit and watch World of Warcraft gameplay. Oh, don't worry, we're used to dealing with that. The thing is that I'm fine dealing with it. It's when other people message me and say, hey, just so you know, those people in the chat, they made it really uncomfortable for me last night. Yeah. I also had to check in with Inju to make sure they were okay. When you stare deep into the abyss also screams back at you. I think we can gain at least 3 levels on the Warlock today. That's my plan. 3 Warlock levels today. Brother wants to know how we can join the guild in Albion. You can download Albion Online. You can join the European server. You can start in Fort Sterling, which is Mountain Cross. And then you can search for the Lords of Strife Guild using the guild search function in-game and send a request. And I will allow the request. Sorry it went wild yesterday on Saturday. It definitely devolved into... Saturday definitely Saturday'd. That's what happened. I think you've got a lot of angry people who spend all week working who want to come online and be angry. And that's a little bit scary sometimes. How many Warlocks does it take to make ghosts wet? We've already discussed this. The Warlock Shadow Bolt is congealing a wet ghost into a little form of plasma and then throwing it at someone, which means it would, if it could, make a splat sound. I like how Josh acts as a chat therapist instead of ignoring the immature people. The problem is that you have to ignore the immature people when it starts to come at the cost of the mature people. Like, as much as I'm willing to engage with people, if engaging with people ends up monopolizing the conversation in a hateful way, that's when it starts to become damaging and dangerous. I will take a chance at engaging with bigots in an attempt to help them see a different way. Now, if people see a different way and actually turn around and go, you know what, I've looked into it, I can see a different way, still want to be a bigot, then fair, we tried. What I dislike is when you engage with someone in good faith and they throw your good faith back at you. They almost take advantage of the good faith. I do not want any good faith shows to be taken advantage of. It's educational for the most part, even if it ends up being, damaging for me. I can take it being damaging for me. It's when it's damaging for you guys, because this is, as people rightfully pointed out, this is a community of people who have all decided that they are comfortable here and that they want to chat and hang out, and that's how we're going to vibe. So if something happens that upsets the delicate balance of the community, then I need to say, what's more important? Placating the feelings and the opinions of 1 or 2 bigots at the cost of making 50 or 60 people feel unsafe, or kicking the people out who are ruining the vibes, and in doing so effectively guaranteeing that those people will never reform their behavior, but in doing so also protect and prevent the community we have from being disrupted. It's a problem one. And the problem with it is I don't like thinking that someone who could maybe change their trajectory in life. Do they really exist? People who will go out of their way to be angry to other people after being miserable from the rest of the week? Oh yeah. Yeah, they do, Max. That's quite frequent. You know what? You don't need the answer from me. You can ask Twitch chat. You guys who are in here, Do you think there are people who come into this chat just to be angry? I would say the answer is yes. Yeah. The problem with that is that when someone does that, I have to ask myself a question. I could, with enough time, hopefully, be able to explain to that person a new way, how we feel, a new idea. Unfortunately, the process of doing that is emotionally draining. Now, I can do it because I've done it for a long time. You end up with a bit of a barrier to it. The barrier gets broken, don't get me wrong, and I get sad as well. But I'm kind of used to it. But at what point is giving time to the bigots actually removing time from the people who want to engage in good faith? Mags, that's true. You can lead a ghost to water, but you can't make it wet. So true. People do have a limited amount of empathy and compassion, and unfortunately a lot of people come into this chat and they want me to validate their own opinions and their own bigotry. And I think what it is, honestly, and this is going to be just what it kind of all boils down to. I think a lot of very hateful, very disenfranchised guys will find this stream, will look at me and go, he looks like he's on our team. And then they'll talk to me and they'll be like, oh no, he's not. But at what point do I need to stop giving people who are just spreading bigotry and hatred attention? Like, people will walk in and go, you look like you know what's up. I'm like, you'd be surprised. Who's that comedian? There's a really, really, really good-looking Jewish comedian guy. And he has the joke about that. People walk up and they're like, you know, you're on our team. And he's like, you'd be surprised. Who's that guy? It's not Gianmarco, although Gianmarco is phenomenal. Absolutely. It's another guy. It's not Gianmarco. He did the Thief of Joy special, which is an excellent special. Is it Hofstetter? Let me have a look. No. It's a really good looking dude. He's on Reddit quite a lot. Gianmarco is fantastic though. If you get a chance to watch, go and watch the special Thief of Joy. Thief of Joy is one of my absolute favorite specials. You guys want to try the library? I think you can do the library. Kleck, I believe in you. I believe in you, Kleck. Kleck, we have 3 healers. We have 3 healers, Kleck. We can do this. Hanya, Daniel Sloss. Let me have a look. See if it's that guy. He is... Is it Daniel Sloss? No. But again, good looking dude. Very good looking dude. Hang on. Let me find it. Let me see if I can find this guy. He's good looking. It's a super good looking dude. Does lots of comedy on Reddit. Give me one sec. Don't think it's Andrew Schultz. No. I'll find the guy in a second. It's not John Mulaney. Okay, hang on. Right, let's go. There's a comedian guy on Reddit that's extremely attractive and really funny. Why are you stalking good-looking dudes on Reddit? What I do in my free time is up to me. It's not Seinfeld, no. There we go. Is he blonde? No. It's, He's got a really... I'm trying to find this guy. Comedian on Reddit. Very good-looking white guy. It's not Gabriel Iglesias. Is it Jeff Accruy? Hang on. No, not Jeff. Although, again, good-looking dude. Yeah, we're playing Guess Who with comedians right now. Could it be Matt Rife? Hang on. Nope. I am at some point just... I'm sure I follow him on Reddit. Hang on. Let me just stick myself on fire for a second. Let me just work out what this guy is, because he does a really, really good bit. Let me go to my followed subreddits. How do you see what your followed places are? Does he say he's an openly Jewish comedian? Yes. How can you actually see what you are subscribed to? We're going to find this guy. It's not Gianmarco, although I do love Gianmarco's work. Gianmarco is phenomenal. I'm going to find this guy. Hang on. I'm going to find... My team probably hate the fact that I'm not paying anywhere near as much attention as I need to be. I'm trying to find that fight. It's not Sam Morrill, I'm pretty sure. No. No. There is a comedian on Reddit that I am trying to find. I wish to see. The great thing is that I can just run up as a warlock and do this fire attack. This is an impossible game of Clue. It is. Right, okay. Here's the thing. Trying to find... It's not Alistair Beckett King, although big fan of Alistair Beckett King. Big, big fan. Right, there is a comedian who has posted their work on Reddit before. That's it. That's all you're going to get. I'm just going to go stand up on the Reddit subreddit and then search through that. Hang on. It's going to be on stand-up comedy. And then I'm going to search through this. We're going to find it. Just buy yourself one of them drinking birds on the desk and line it up with the shadow bolt key. That could work. That could straight up work. Right, let's just go with, like, the best of the last year on this. I'm going to find this. Okay, hang on. I'm going to find this guy. Anytime soon. We'll get there. We will get there. I'm scrolling through. I'm pressing 5 every now and again to do some damage. Oh my god, stop attacking me! We're gonna find this guy. It's a very good-looking, very funny comedian that I want to share with all of you. And I feel that you deserve to have him shared. You deserve to know the brilliance of this guy. Kleck is not dying because we have 3 healers. It's not Bo Burnham. No. I'm aware of Bo Burnham. Is he funny? Yes. Is it Alex Eldman? That name is familiar. No. It's Matthew Broussard. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Hentai Watcher. Matthew Broussard. Yes. There we go. That dude. That dude has got an excellent bit. That's the guy. Thank you. We found it. We did the impossible game of Cluedo. We finally found... Oh, we finally found the one comedian that I was thinking of. Anyway, he's funny. Go and watch him. Another successful post by Hentai Watcher. Go, Matthew Broussard is hilarious. So funny. Now, he has a bit about the political state of the world, which I think he explains exceptionally well from his viewpoint. Go watch it. The dude is crazy good looking as well. Cannot believe that we did that. Oh, that was perfect. Another win for hentai. Don't clip that on its own, alright? Because people that don't watch the stream will not know that there's a chatter called Hentai Watcher, and, well, that exists now as a soundbite. Clipped and shipped, guys. We're done. Caught in 4K. Send that to the clip channel. We're done. Somebody call Visa. Clack is not being hit. Attack me. Clack, my job is to out-tank you. That's my plan. I'm going to try. I'm going to do what I can. Oh. What an interesting Google overview. Matthew Broussard is disgraced financial analyst forced into stand-up comedy. George Carlin was good as well. George Carlin was one of the absolute goats. We all know that. Oh, guys. Yeah, go and watch Matthew Broussard. He's far funnier than I am. Like, if you have a limited amount of time, he's definitely the dude to be watching. Visa's going to order the expensive room service today. With all of the clips. He looks like John Mulaney and Zac Efron had a baby. I think he'd appreciate that. I absolutely think he would appreciate that. Do I switch to the Warlock because I don't like tanking as a warrior? No, I don't like paying attention. So by switching to the Warlock, the great thing is I can just run into a group of enemies, press 5, and then I'm kind of done. And then I wait for the tank to grab aggro and then set myself on fire again. You dropped in, saw some of it going to a Viking festival. The chat was a lot. Yeah, they were a lot, weren't they? Yesterday was weird. Saturday is definitely a day. Saturday is one of the days ever. We absolutely cannot deny that. Saturday was a day. The weekend weekended. That's the fairest way to put it. It's the fairest way to say, Clack, we're with you, don't worry. Now, quick question for the healers that are currently in the group. Who is more of a worry? The tank who is actively trying to die via their enemies, or the Warlock who is trying his best to kill himself? Warlock later with Seed requires tabbing between casts and trying not to overlap the seed you already have on the target. And yeah, I can tab. I can press tab and then a button, and then tab and then another button, and then tab and then another button. Like, Kleck is doing his best to get hit, and I'm doing my best to burn myself. A day is definitely a day. Really was. He didn't like the person that the hunter made him become. Yeah, hang on, I'm confused. What are you confused about? You don't pay attention, so why not hunter? The thing is that Warlock allows me to not pay attention and kill myself, whereas Hunter allowed me to not pay attention and kill my whole team. And I'm not that selfish. Like, I don't mind not paying attention and killing myself. That's okay. Not paying attention and killing my team, honestly, just seems a little bit... You know, that's too much. As a healer main, thank you for showing me the main appeal of playing DPS. I do love not paying attention. Not paying attention is great. That's pretty much my whole thing right now. Hunters can pretend to be dead. Well, Warlocks can be actually dead, alright? Plus, whenever I run out of mana, I have this really cool button that I can press, which basically forces the healer to convert their own mana, or their own health, into my mana, which is great. When Warlocks are trying to work out how much mana they have left, what they do is they look at the little blue bar underneath the healer. As long as that bar's full, I'm okay. Is this why you don't like people telling you how to play, because you don't want to play at all? I mean, no, I want to be able to entertain. People don't understand that I have a limited amount of brain power, and therefore I need to dedicate an amount to playing the game well, because there are people in the team relying on me, and an amount to entertaining and engaging with the Twitch chat. And if I did nothing except just engage with the Twitch chat, then the gameplay would be terrible. And if I did nothing than just focus on the gameplay, the Twitch chat would be terrible. Therefore, I need to find a way to switch and focus between giving enough energy to Twitch chat that the entertainment is worth it, but also giving enough entertainment and energy to the game that I can actually progress and my team don't hate me. That's the balance we need to find. Thank you for the healing potion. So what people often forget is that the reason that streamers sometimes look bad at games while they are entertaining is because they're trying as hard as they can to engage with the Twitch chat and entertain. And play the game, and this and that. So I want to be able to find a way to reduce the amount of focus that I need to give to a game, so I can increase the amount of focus I'm giving to the Twitch chat. Because if I were to just focus on being good at games, it would be a very boring stream. Part of the process of entertaining is giving the energy to the Twitch chat. Especially if I'm trying to learn something on stream. Like, if I'm trying to learn something on stream, I have to not talk for a while. And that is a very, very boring stream. A definition for being selfish is doing something for one's own benefit in regards to others. By that, Josh not going hunter and killing his team is more selfish. Yes. Sure. Hey, dog training gloves. Congrats to the tank, if they need those. Some of the most boring people I know are good at games. I enjoy subpar and entertaining. Absolutely. I could show you way better gameplay, but it would not be more entertaining. Now, some people do want to watch incredible gameplay. That's fine. Some people want to watch just absolutely incredible, top-of-the-world gameplay. Totally cool. I'm not going to do that because I don't want to give that, because that, to me, is boring to do. So whenever people have an issue with why are you trying to reduce the amount of attention you're paying? Streams are just podcasts. Streams are interactive podcasts. I'm interacting with the game. I'm interacting with the Twitch chat. I cannot pay 100% of my attention to the game, because if I do, I lose the Twitch chat. I also can't pay 100% of attention to the Twitch chat. Are there any videos of you having top-of-the-line gameplay? I suppose that my old Neverwinter videos would definitely be better, but I don't particularly go out of my way to make videos showing exceptionally good gameplay, because those videos, I don't find them interesting. Have I ever min-maxed an MMORPG? Yeah. I mean, there's the video of beating the Zogjad on RuneScape, which is a guide that a lot of people still use. There's the old Neverwinter guides. There's the old Guild Wars 2 guides. I think people that don't stream tend to underestimate the amount of focus switching that goes on between focusing on the game and focusing on the chat. And you need to, in this weird paradoxical way, give 100% of your energy to both, which means it's remarkably draining to do. Now, I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, it's the most difficult job in the world, because it's just not. But it's very difficult when people come into the stream and say, hey, why is your gameplay not top tier? And the answer is, because in order to do that, I would need to sacrifice attention from the stream. And when people say, hey, why are you not reading every single message in the stream? And the answer is, because if I were to do that, I would be distracting attention away from the gameplay and my team would suffer for it. So I need to find this kind of line that I can walk where I'm not a detriment to the team, while I'm also not ignoring the chat. I mean, maybe we should add high-level gameplay to the title so you guys all know. I have had people that are basically saying that they don't feel that I have anything to add or any value unless I can prove that I'm an ultra-hardcore world-class endgame player. Which is weird. People almost... You wonder what the appeal of watching good gameplay is. I know some people who love watching it, but I wouldn't want to watch someone better than me play a game. I feel alienated because of it. I mean, Brain Juice, some people do want to watch incredible skilled players. I like doing that. I would love to watch an incredible skilled player. What you tend to find is that a really skilled player, if they're going to make a video about their gameplay and their skill. Sham, get out of there. Sham's dead. If they're going to make a gameplay about their skill, you will often find that... Hang on, let's let the tank grab some aggro. Where's the tank? There's the tank. If we're going to let some people make a video about how skillful they are at the game, it can sometimes help to record the gameplay first, and then they comment over the gameplay afterwards. You know, many streamers, like at not the top skill streamers, above average skillful. Yeah, above average, I would say, but nowhere near good. We got patrolled, we did. We were doing well until there. We were doing well, just need to pull fewer. Alright, let's head back and carry on. Lots of chats do end up being less active. But you have to ask what you want from the stream. Do you want to watch exceptional high-level gameplay, or do you want to watch kind of average enough gameplay while entertaining and chatting and talking? There is a solution. Record 6 hours of high-quality gameplay, then react to it on stream while talking in the background. Best of both worlds. I wouldn't say that's the best of both worlds, honestly. I know that's just a silly idea you've said, but some people have mentioned it to me, seriously, genuinely, to do it. And I'm like, well, part of the fun is the live element of it. Do I know if the Albion Online guild will stick around after the event? The guild will stick around. Whether I will have a huge amount of time to continue playing it, I'm not sure. A lot of people get into streaming for showing off top-of-the-line gameplay, as some people don't have the time to get there. Absolutely. There are some people who do streaming because they want to show off how good they are at the game, which is fine. And the audience that watch them want to watch, the best of the best. That's fine as well. That's what they want to do. There are streamers who are successful because they are exceptionally good at the game. There are streamers who are successful because they are average at the game and very entertaining. There are streamers who are successful because they are both. There are streamers who are... I made a guide a couple of years ago, actually. I made a guide on how to effectively make money on Twitch. And there were 5 things that you can do if you want to generate an audience. And some of them are bad ideas and some of them are good ideas. But they will all work. So one of them is you can be absolutely top tier, high class at the gameplay. Don't bother engaging with the chat at all. Just be super good at the gameplay. People will watch you because they want to see super high level gameplay. You are the best in the world. Okay, so you can do that. You could be absolutely terrible at the game, but also really, really funny. So your gameplay is not the draw, the entertainment value is. That's one of the ones as well. The third one is that you can be independently famous. Now, believe it or not, that is actually a thing that will bring a level of success. If you are just independently famous and people know you, then people will watch you because they want to watch a famous person play a game. That'll happen. So when, Snoop Dogg decides to go and stream something, it doesn't matter that he's not good at the game, it doesn't matter that he's not entertaining on the stream, people will watch because they are an independently famous person. The next thing that you can do is giveaways, and giveaways I would absolutely not recommend. Do not do giveaways in order to get people onto your Twitch stream. I know so many people who build up their viewer base by doing giveaways. The problem is that the viewer base that you get from doing that is not a viewer base that sticks around. That doesn't work. So, be absolutely fantastic at the game, and you are showing ultra high level gameplay. Be terrible at the game, but you are exceptionally funny. Be independently famous, and therefore you will gather views because people want to come and watch it because it's you, even though it's not them. 4 was do giveaways. If you want to do giveaways, then you will get people and you will get bots coming in who will simply follow you to get free stuff and then will leave the moment you stop doing anything beyond that. And the fifth one is appeal to a demographic and validate that demographic's opinions and feelings. And that is where you get a lot of the political streamers. So, 1, be really good at the game. Don't worry about entertaining, don't worry about doing giveaways, don't worry about validating people's feelings, just be really good at the game, people will watch you for that. 2, be exceptionally funny and really entertaining even if you aren't very good at the game. Be good at jokes, be good at audience interaction, be good at back and forth, be like a good place to hang out, like create a community that people enjoy being in. 3 was be independently famous. 4 was do giveaways, and 5 was choose a political demographic and pander to them. We're not wiping, don't worry. And whenever you look at the really big streamers, you will work out, do I think political streamers change the world or do anything beneficial at all? Do they change the world? Yes. For the better? Depends on the person. Depends on the idea. Depends on what they want to do. Depends on the energy they're trying to bring out. Can we kill this Scarlet Gallant, please? Because I think we can. I think we can kill this Gallant. If we all start... Because there's 2 healers right now, but if we all absolutely rip on this Gallant, I think we can kill it. There we go. This pull is quite funny. Political doesn't always have to mean the major parties as well. What it can sometimes mean is you are choosing a demographic and you are trying to engage with them. You are trying to be the person that validates them, that is seen as a champion for them. Right, so that was the patrol again. So let's release and try again. Our only mistake was not bringing enough healers. So, pull back. My only regret was that I died. So if you can do one of those 5 things, you will find a level of success on Twitch. Be good at the game, be exceptionally entertaining and funny, be independently famous, promise giveaways, or validate people's opinions. You do those things, you'll find yourself an audience. Now, each of them will bring you a different type of audience. Because if you are exceptionally good at the game, but the game ends up not having a big viewer base or a big player base, then people simply won't watch because the audience won't be there. Like, if you are if you're the best in the world at a game that like 10 people play, the audience is just not going to be there to be able to sustain a Twitch stream. If you are exceptionally entertaining and really funny, that definitely has a larger audience pull, but you are also just constantly entertaining and the game is almost irrelevant, which means when you run out of material, you won't be able to fall back onto gameplay. If you are independently famous and you do Twitch streams, then yeah, you'll get a viewer base, but you're normally independently famous for other reasons, not Twitch or YouTube, which means when those reasons return, you will return to whatever those things are. If you're a famous actor, famous singer, famous whatever, then when an acting role comes up, when you've got to record an album, then Twitch and YouTube take a back seat to whatever you are doing. If you are doing giveaways, eventually you're going to run out of things to give away, or you're going to realize that people are only there or only turning up when you give stuff away. If you are validating an opinion, if you're validating a demographic, if you're becoming a champion for the downtrodden and the oppressed of whatever you want to see as downtrodden and oppressed, then as soon as you do anything that goes against the group think of that group, you will then get cast out and have to do a sniveling, groveling apology, which does not work because people want to continually go with the holier-than-thou idea. That's the vibe. So all of these things also have, risks and possible downfalls with them. Bunsy Wow says, I think you're forgetting the start of streaming. When you have 0 viewers, nothing is really going to happen. Should you start YouTube first? That's why I said these 5 things are important. If you are the best at the world at a game and you start streaming, then involving yourself with the community of that game is going to get you seen as the best in the world, and people will come to watch you eventually. Twitch is terrible for discoverability. It's really bad. If you just do Twitch and nothing else, it will take a hell of a long time until people find your streams. Which is why you need to also do YouTube, you need to also do other stuff, that kind of things. Combat shield, cool. How does that look? That looks pretty cool. If you have, no views, how do you get noticed? How do you start the process of getting viewers? Well, if you're the best in the world and you're making a YouTube video of it, or you're showing high-level gameplay, the community is eventually going to find you because you're going to be recognized as the best in the world. If you are exceptionally funny and entertaining, that won't matter until an audience finds you. So that's why clips on either clip channels like YouTube or Instagram or TikTok or Twitter matter a lot. Sharing around clips is one of the fastest ways of building up that outside audience. You've got to find the fandom. If you are independently famous, then you're bringing a pre-established audience with you already. If you are doing giveaways, people are just going to search for the search terms giveaway, free, this, that, the other. And if you are validating a demographic's opinions or belief system, then eventually people from that system are going to find you and hold you up as a champion. It is... The complexity of it is the discoverability. And if you are simply sat there streaming to no people, at that point your job becomes marketing to yourself. I know so many people who just click go live, sit there and play a video game in silence for 2 hours, and then message me with like, hey, why am I getting no viewers? Well, because you've not given the audience anything that they're not getting anywhere else, to be honest. You've got to find some more stuff. At that point, you are your own marketing expert. Good job, guys, by the way. Good run, team. Oh, chest that we can't open. You're jumping into a saturated game. Nothing worse than a stream with just music and no interaction. It happens a lot. A lot of people who say that they want to be a streamer don't understand that what you actually are is just an entertainer. And they don't want to entertain, they want to play video games. Someone once said to me, I wish I could just sit and play video games all day. And I said, so do I. That'd be great. How does someone find out whether or not they're entertaining? You don't get to make that choice. Unfortunately, you simply do not get to say whether you are or aren't. The audience get to choose that. What's my view on Scotch eggs? I love them, but I think Scotland gets a bit arrogant with them, so I have to say that I dislike them, just to bring Scotland down a peg. My gear is busted. It is indeed. You don't need shoulders. Shoulders, honestly, are purely suggestions. Right, let's kill you and then summon the imp. How badly does it impact stream not having a webcam up? I have known streamers who specifically stream without a webcam just to prove that they can. So I'm friends with a streamer called Kiwo. And Kiwo is one of the kind of premier female streamers, and a load of people, when she started streaming, said to her, you will only get views because you are a girl. And she said, okay, what if I stream without a webcam and take away that advantage just to prove that I can do it? And she did that, and she became incredibly successful because she's remarkably entertaining, very funny, very witty, very fun person to hang around. It's totally possible to stream without using a webcam. What you are doing is you are removing an aspect of the digital connection to yourself, but in doing so, you are strengthening the connections to the other aspects. You're strengthening the connections to what you say, what you think, your actions in the game. You're strengthening your connection to effectively the moment-to-moment gameplay as opposed to you. Now, the reason that I choose to use a webcam is because, in my experience, the audience wants to connect with a person. The audience like to give a face to a streamer, which is why VTubers took off. VTubers took off because they didn't want to put their own face out there, but they do understand that human beings have a natural pull toward a thing with a face. I mean, Lyric's doing remarkably well without that. When people say, can you do it without this, and they point to examples of people who have successfully done it without that, that doesn't prove that you don't... It doesn't prove that removing it is going to give you success. It proves that adding it does not guarantee success. If you are good enough with what you are doing without it, that's fine. I don't always like the phrase the exception that proves the rule. It just says that on average people will prefer this, but it is not a need. It's not a necessary thing to have. You finally managed to make a stream. Welcome to the stream, bro. How you doing today? You can remove many things. I mean, people say don't stream with the bells and whistles. Personally, I'm kind of against most of the bells and whistles on streaming. I don't have sliding on graphics when people subscribe or follow. I don't have text-to-speech on. I don't have a lot of overlay going on. I've got the banner at the top that says what we're doing, and I've got the chat on the side. That's pretty much it, along with a webcam. I've tried to keep it, and I've tried to keep my streams for many years as simple as they can be. I very much like going back to the absolute basics. Because to me, going back to the basics has a lot of value. We do the DVD logo whenever we have a break to make sure people stay entertained. And whenever I mention gamer subs, I always bring up the fact that I've got the contractual obligation fulfilled thing. You should go and buy gamer subs. So it's totally possible to succeed without these things. The thing is that you have to remember, ultimately, the reason a stream does or does not succeed is because it serves the audience. One of the things that I try to explain to newer content creators, they always use the word algorithm. They say, oh, the algorithm hates me, the algorithm's not pushing me, the algorithm doesn't like my videos, the algorithm is why I'm not being discovered. I'm like, okay, while I don't deny that there is an algorithm behind any digital system, how would your attitude change if you replaced the word algorithm with the word audience? The audience hate me, the audience aren't finding my videos, the audience aren't pushing my videos. Word of mouth and people talking will spread around your content far more. If people like something, they share it with their friends. And so when I say, hey, forget trying to serve the algorithm and see if you can serve the audience. What do the audience want? What are you providing that the audience cannot get somewhere else? What are you providing that the audience need? And if we can work that out, can you just keep doing it? The algorithm does not hate you. The algorithm is indifferent to you. It simply serves whatever numbers go up. And what makes the number go up is the audience watching. If the algorithm sees that your videos have a terrible click-through rate, then maybe the thumbnails aren't great. But the click-through rate and the thumbnails not being great are driven by the fact that the audience you are serving is not clicking on them. If you are struggling to have a retention time, if you're struggling for the audience to continue watching your videos, then the algorithm doesn't care. It simply says, well, I've got a limited amount of time and audience, therefore I'm going to push videos that are being watched longer. And therefore, the question is, are you serving the audience? Do I think it's better to build an audience on YouTube and then move to Twitch rather than starting on Twitch? I think both are useful. Both of them are pieces of a puzzle that will work together. And if you can combine both in a beautifully combined way, that is how you find the level of success that you need to find. You've got to make them work in tandem. Thank you for suggesting 6 harsh truths that will make you a better person. It was eye-opening. Well, thank you very much, Duo. That was one of my favorite articles. I reread it, and you know what? We'll read it on stream at some point. We will read it on stream. You can combine, absolutely, you can combine lots of things. One thing that I would say is, what's more important for a broom to have? The bristles on the broom head or the handle? And my answer would be, it needs to have both. So when people say what's more important, streaming on Twitch or making YouTube videos, the answer is that you need to use both in a way that combine. But ultimately, people watch YouTube videos and people watch Twitch streams because they enjoy the entertainment that is provided. Whether the entertainment is exceptionally high-level gameplay, whether it's just funny jokes, whether it's giveaways, whether it's a famous person that they want to, you know, enjoy spending time with, or whether they feel that they're getting validation for their worldviews because of it, then people will stay. The streams shouldn't affect the main content that draws people to you. So a lot of content creators that start streaming neglect the main content and the numbers go down. I mean, WTW, I can agree with that. My main content was always YouTube. The thing is that I'm noticing more and more that YouTube videos are demanding more and more time and more editing, and the amount of AI that's being created and finding exceptionally successful numbers on YouTube is going up and up and up. It is very demotivating for me to see effectively slop content reach such a stunning level of success that I'm questioning why I'm putting time and effort into the YouTube videos that I'm making, when one of the things that's becoming important now is the human connection. I don't know if you guys have noticed this, but what is luxury goes through cycles and stages. And there are actually businesses dedicated to working out what the current luxury thing is. It used to be, you know, like a Rolls-Royce car, it used to be Lamborghinis, it used to be all that kind of stuff. There was a huge amount of, you know, what is and isn't luxury. What do you think is considered luxury now? Because it's a weird thing. The biggest luxury that companies are doing now is it's not food, it's not a house, not free time. All the really good guesses, really good input. It's human connection. If you phone up a call center because you need some help, how many of you get through to an AI companion or a robot? I would say quite a few of you. The biggest luxury that companies can provide now is human connection. If you can provide human-to-human connection, your company is considered luxurious. And so what I was looking at was which entertainment service I provide that gives the most human-to-human connection. And the answer is Twitch. Because YouTube is great, and YouTube makes a lot of money, and YouTube allows the videos to stay there for a long time. And if you'd asked me a couple of years ago, I would have said the best thing for a content creator to do is have a strong YouTube presence. Unfortunately now, the most luxurious entertainment is considered that which has a direct human-to-human connection. Manny has said, I mean, we're all faceless to you, though. Yes, you are. But I'm not to you. And that's where the value lies, within your enjoyment of this. Good morning, Drag. Welcome to the stream. Fascinating that what is now considered luxury is the most basic customer service model. Yeah, it is. It absolutely is. Josh, do you like egg, spam, and chips? I do, because I'm English and therefore I have to. Face-to-face is not necessary as long as there's a human connection. Merloin, potentially. But as you get further and further and further up in what would consider itself luxurious, face-to-face is the product. Face-to-face is the focus. If you walk into a bank and you say, hey, I'd like to talk to the manager, the vast amount of banks on the high street will say, sorry, you've got to make an online appointment, you've got to call the call center. I've literally walked into a bank before and said, can I speak to someone that works here? And they were like, no, you've got to call the call center. I've tried to buy a SIM card in like the Orange or the EE or the actual phone shop, And they've said, we can't sell you one here. You've literally got to call up. We can only sell you the actual phone. And I thought, hang on, I thought that by me coming into the shop, I would engage in a human-to-human connection. But imagine that you walk into an incredibly exclusive, incredibly expensive bank and you say, hey, oranges 20 years ago, Josh, still exist in Brussels, as I found. You can walk into an incredibly expensive bank if you bank with them and say, hey, I want to talk to a human, you'll get a human. Pretty much immediately. You have an incredibly expensive brand, you walk in, you get a human. Because those expensive brands, those luxurious systems know that the most important thing they can provide is a human-to-human connection. And AstroFox, you know, you might have been their only customer. I've had some friends that worked for Games Workshop, worked for Warhammer. And I'll tell you something random that they told me. You know the Warhammer stores, the physical Games Workshop stores that have changed their name now to Warhammer? Those stores actually exist as part of the marketing budget. Because those stores often don't make money. Because they don't need to. They are not designed to make a huge amount of sales, because Games Workshop know that people that collect their product a lot don't buy from the store. They buy from third-party resellers. In the UK, that would be things like Goblin Gaming, Element Games, that kind of stuff, because you get 15 to 20% off Warhammer by buying them through there. But the Games Workshop Warhammer stores exist as advertising. They exist to get people into the hobby. They exist as simply a display of what the hobby is. That's where you create the community. That's where someone comes in and buys a starter kit, and then they will go and buy more models from elsewhere. And Games Workshop know this because they make more money selling industrial quantities of their models to third-party resellers. They're simply the onboarding point. That's what they are. Luxury cosmetics are exactly the same thing. Yes, thank you, Auntie. Luxury cosmetics. You guys ever gone to like a shopping center or a shopping mall in America and seen those tables of exceptionally expensive cosmetics and you're thinking, how on earth is this making money? It's not. It's straight up not. It doesn't need to. The idea is it exists as an advert. So companies would rather be business to business than business to customer if they could choose. Absolutely, they would. Arig, spot on. Companies make more money business to business than they do business to customer. They also have more legal protections, business to business than business to customer. And as horrible as this is going to sound if you've never been business to business or business to customer, it is much, much easier to deal with business complaints than it is to deal with customer complaints. Because if you deal with a business complaint, you may have sent them 10,000 units, but you've then got to deal with one complaint about the 10,000 units, which you can actually deal with because businesses normally have enough money to eat the loss for a small while, instead of dealing with 10,000 complaints from customers. This is why hasn't Nvidia pretty much stopped selling RAM directly to customers because it's just much more profitable and easier to sell it to companies. Companies that sell directly to companies often have much higher profit margins. What does business to business mean? Business to business means that in order to sell a product or to purchase a product, you must be selling it for a business need to a business who is going to sell it for a business need. You simply could not walk into a shop and say, hey, I want to buy 1,000 of these unless you are a registered business. Josh, can you say red lorry, yellow lorry, red lorry, yellow lorry, red lorry, yellow lorry, red lorry, yellow lorry? Nearly said it wrong there. Yellow lorry, red lorry, yellow lorry. Didn't say red lolly. Instead of doing red lorry, yellow lorry, do Irish wristwatch, wristwatch Irish. Or unique New York, New York, unique. Unique New York, New York, unique. Unique New York, New York, unique. Do that without saying You nork. So to get back to the idea of business-to-business stuff, where did that go from? We were talking about Aaron earned an iron urn. Yes, I've said that one before. What were we talking about before business-to-business sales? We were talking about the idea of the human connection. That was it, the human connection. Thank you. The human connection. What I think a lot of people forget is that when human connection is luxurious, doing it shows that you are a luxury brand. Consider this. Imagine that you are an owner of a business. Imagine that you are about to close a 10 million deal with the owner of another business. And it's going to be very, very important to you for this to succeed. And what you've got to do is you've just got to send over a contract for the other business to sign. But they're still a little bit iffy with it. You know, they're still not entirely sure. You've got two ways you can approach it. You can simply send the other business an email, or you could physically fly out to where the other business is. You could take the CEO of the other business to a nice dinner. You can chat about the future. You can go out for a nice drink afterwards. Then you can present the contract to them. One of them has the human-to-human connection. The other does not. It leaves it emotionless and soulless. That is a bribe. That's not a bribe at all. That's simply a human-to-human connection. Is that before or after I sleep with them? Trick question. During. It's to show that you care. There is a bank in the UK called Coutts. C-O-U-T-T-S. You do not bank with Coutts. I do not bank with Coutts. Because you need to have millions and millions and millions and millions to be able to bank with Coutts. You need to have 3 million in a current account to even be considered to bank with Coutts. If you lose your bank card, they will hand deliver you a new one that day. If you have a problem, they will sort it. They will fix it. They will assign someone to immediately fix it. They will call you to let you know it's fixed. And if you want to know the exclusivity of banking with Coutts, the British royal family bank with them. If you don't have enough net worth, they will drop you. That is how important and how exclusive these guys are. Now, could they obviously provide this service to people with less money? I mean, they probably could try. But the exclusivity is the point. That's just straight up the whole point. The human-to-human connection is the luxury. Keeping it rare is the luxury. Hey, we got the robes. I need those. Oh, I've already got them. I've totally forgot. I'm already wearing them. And I've already got the illusory rod, which I will get next level. Cool. Don't need the robe of Dawn. Don't need the illusory rod. Sweet. Good job, guys. It's a status symbol. It is a status symbol. So, when we're talking about luxury, luxury is right now human-to-human connection. Gonna go get chain lightning. Same. Need to train. And we can run again if everyone is free. Gonna use my Hearthstone. You hate how much of the world revolves around exclusion. Absolutely. It does. It straight up does. Maybe respec while you're training. I should respec, shouldn't I? Yeah, that's probably going to be important. Because I'm playing a Destruction Warlock because I don't like paying any attention. I'm going to first of all fix my gear over here. Yo, fix my stuff, please. Thank you very much. Oh, can I sell you a load of things? Hang on. Let me sell you stuff that I don't need. I'm going to sell you an absolute ton. So I can sell the... I don't need the Death Speaker robes, do I? I can sell those. Keep the wand. Oh, can I equip that now? Do I want to equip that now? Improve spell critical by 10. Do I want to equip this? So level 34 illusory rod. Spell critical goes up. Intellect goes up. Yeah, let's equip that. Cool. Right, now I can sell that to you. Sell one of my orbs. Not both. Let me just get rid of a load of stuff that I don't need anymore. I'm probably going to level up and change what I've got equipped so bloody quick that it really doesn't matter that I'm selling... Hang on, plus 19 shadow spell damage. Nah, it doesn't look cool. It's very important that it looks cool. Do I believe in aliens? I think there's... What's the old saying? Either we are alone in the universe or we aren't, and both are equally terrifying. So I don't think I know enough about that to say yes or no. But I would like to think that given a big enough timeline and a big enough physical amount of space, that, yeah, there's probably something else out there in the universe. I don't think we've contacted it. I don't think it's contacted us. But I also have absolutely no way of knowing... Hang on, I'm focusing on selling stuff right now. I don't think I've given it enough thought, to be honest. I don't think I've spent enough time thinking about it. Let me just stick some stuff over here out the way. Then I can go back and change things. Okay, cool. Right, now, trainer is in Ironforge. Let's go. Do I believe in pizza for breakfast? Yes, objectively correct. Why do things no longer release but drop? I mean, that would just be the way that we change around how we use language, isn't it? Good question, though. Have I ever been to Leeds? I've passed through it many years ago, but I wouldn't say that I've spent any kind of time there. You sold the shoulders from the library, didn't you need them? I'm wearing them? The shoulders, they weren't from the library. I sold the robe from the library. When is my crypto token being released? It isn't. Which realm am I playing on? Thunderstrike EU. It's at the top of the screen. The robe and the staff dropped. Yeah, I've got the robe already. I'm wearing the robe of Dawn. And I've got the illusory rod equipped. So they're all equipped already. It was a prior run. We got everything we needed. How's Albion Online going? Yeah, it's fine. We're building up the guild. I'll probably start streaming that tomorrow for a bit. Just to, really gear up when we get ready for the 2-week Crucible event, which is going to be fun. Inju, it is indeed in the FAQ, but you know that people don't read. Oh, hang on. Can I just summon my horse? I can summon my horse. Summon my fell steed. It would be in the buyback of the vendor. I don't need to check. I'm going to outlevel it pretty quickly anyway. You can't expect people to read. That's too much. We expect too much of them. Right, Warlock Trainer. Oh, okay. You've got a quest for me. I will accept that and maybe in the future consider doing it. I also wish to unlearn my talents.
If you desire, in addition to training, I have it within my power to erase the knowledge of your talents from your mind. Be warned, every time you undergo this procedure, the more difficult it is to perform, and therefore the more expensive it becomes. 1 gold. I will unlearn my talents. Let's go. And now I am stupid. And now I can put 25 points into destruction. Right, let's do this. Because I'm becoming a destruction warlock, or a destro-lock, as people say. So, do I want Shadow Bolt? Or do I want reduces the mana cost of your destruction spells? I think I want improved Shadow Bolt all the way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Because that's like my main damage dealer right there. Reduces the casting time of Shadow Bolt and Immolate spells, and your Soulfire spell. I'm not using Immolate or Soulfire as much. Gives your destruction spells a 2% chance to daze the target for 5 seconds. I mean, that sounds pretty good. That sounds decent. Yeah, you know, why am I reducing the mana cost? That's a healer problem. PvP talent useless le poop. Okay, so I don't want Aftermath. I probably do want Bane, which is reduce the casting time of Shadow Bolt. So I can... Hang on. If the casting time of Shadow Bolt is lower, does that mean that I can cast more Shadow Bolt per Shadow Bolt? I think it does. Right, now we get into the interesting ones. Improved Firebolt. The Imp, I'm not using as much. Improved Lash of Pain. Reduce the cooldown of your Succubus and Incubus Lash of Pain. Increase the critical strike chance of your Destro spells. That could be important. And Shadow Burn. Instantly blast the target for shadow damage. If the target dies, the caster gains a shadow start. That doesn't seem as much. I think we probably want to go with Devastation, which is more damage. And more damage is more gooder. So we just do that. Now what's down here? Gives you a 35% chance to resist interruption caused by damage while channeling a destruction spell. That could be good. Destruction Reach. Increases the range of your destruction spells by 10% and reduces threat. That could be good. Improved Searing Pain. Not using Searing Pain. Doesn't matter. I do want whatever this is, though. Ruin. Increase critical strike damage by a... What? That's massive. Okay, cool. That's huge. I'm about to be so much gooderer than I was before. Yeah, if I get hit, that's just a tank problem. So what? Shadow Burn is execute for Warlock. You've sold it me. Right, 105 mana, instant cast, takes a soul shard. Instantly blast for a lot of damage. Okay, it's 104 shadow damage if the target dies, but I'm not going for shadow. I'm building into fire damage. Destro Warlocks do a lot of threat and tanks hate it, so I think what I want to be doing is actually reducing the amount of threat that I generate because I don't want tanks to be angry at me. So I'm going to do the Destructive Reach. So I reduce threat. Shadow Burn does require attention. Don't want to be doing that. What if I take 35% chance to resist interruption while taking damage? You're using Shadow Bolt. I'm also using Hellfire. And I'm building into quite a lot of fire. I suppose that the intensity is more of a PvP thing, isn't it? It's good for the AoE if you get aggro, and I will be getting the aggro. Is Shadow Burn needed? We're back with the Warlock. Yes, we are. Maybe we do... Right, that's a healer problem. That's a PvP talent. Look at the talent below. Maybe it's good. Gives your Rain of Fire, Hellfire, and Soulfire spells a chance to stun the target. I suppose that, like, do I want to be stunning targets? Shadow Burn is a button that I'm not going to press. Let's just be real. I'm not going to press that button. Stun talents are generally PvP oriented. Okay. So what I want to do is find stuff. If you're mainly dungeon leveling, stun's fine. I am dungeon leveling, that's the thing. I'd say that I want to be... I'm going to go with intensity so I don't take the chip damage from the enemies that are going to hit me, which is going to be super duper annoying. And I'll get Shadow Burn, but let's be real, I'm not going to use it. I will, however, put 5 points. Oh, Ruin increases critical strike by 100%. That sounds way better. Improved Immolate and Pyroclasm. Am I using... I'm not using Immolate, though, am I? Increase the initial damage of your Immolate spell by 5. It's not on the bar. I've got no room to put it there. Immolate is fire, but I'm not. Immolate is a dot. Dots are for nerds. Check the connecting one. Ignites a target that's already affected by Immolate, dealing lots of fire damage and consuming the Immolate spell. Alright. So, Piper, who's outside right now, Piper can't bark as in bark, 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 bark. She tries to bark and all the barks kind of meld together into one long bark. So instead of going bark, 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 she just kind of goes bark, which is great. Piper doesn't do multiple barks. She just does one long bark that all gets pushed together, which is quite cute. Right, where else do we want to be? Do I want conflagrate? Ignites a target that's affected by your Immolate. That's a lot of combos. I don't want to do combos. Let me explain my rotation to you, okay? Here's the rotation that I'm going for. Shadow Bolt. And that's the rotation that we're going for. So if it doesn't really affect Shadow Bolt, I'm not particularly bothered by it, to be honest. Increase the damage done by your fire spells and reduce the cast time. After being hit with a shadow or fire spell, you have a chance of becoming immune. No, don't need that. Shadow Bolt until the enemy are dead, and then stab myself in the face to get more mana, and then continue Shadow. Mage would have been the better option if you want a one-button rotation. We're doing Shadow Bolt. That's what we're doing. If single enemy, Shadow Bolt. If not single enemy, walk up to enemy and do set self on fire with Hellfire. You can put some points into demo for Demonic Sacrifice. What is the Demonic Sacrifice spell? I've heard that's important. Because isn't the Demonic Sacrifice... You straight up just kill your own thing, don't you? When activated, you sacrifice your summoned demon to grant you an effect that lasts 30 minutes. If we sacrifice the imp, we increase our fire damage by 15%. Okay. If we sacrifice the Voidwalker, we restore health. Sacrifice the Incubus, we get more shadow damage. That's needed, isn't it? Because just increasing shadow damage by 15% seems like a good thing. That's raid spec. At 70, you'd go for it. Okay, so until we get to 70, what else have we got that might be useful? More destruction stuff. I suppose I could just do Firebolt, because I'm going to have my imp with me. Increase the chance of critical strike of Searing Pain. I'm not using Searing Pain. Increase the initial damage of Immolate. Gives your Rain of Fire, Hellfire, a 13% chance to stun the target. Stun might be useful. We can always respec in the future. We'll do stuns, and I'm not going to be able to get to Ember Storm. Increase the damage done by your fire spells and reduce the casting time. That sounds great. What I'll do is I'll put some points into my Imp's Firebolt for the time being. Right. We are better than we were. And what I'm also going to do is... I've got no special skills now, have I? I'm actually going to go to... I should train. Hang on. I forgot. That's why I came here. I come here. I do training. Warlock training. Right. Curse of Weakness. Not using it. Don't care. Fear. Corruption. Drain mana. These all seem useless. Health Funnel. Also seems useless. That sounds good. Shadow Ward is possibly good. Here we go. None of these are what I need. So, better Shadow Burn. Rain of Fire, that's better. Searing Pain I don't use. My Shadow Bolt's level 36. God damn. Okay. Wow. I need way better stuff. So my Shadow Bolt is rank 5. I've got rank 5. My Rain of Fire, which is now... Ooh, 384 fire damage as opposed to 174. That is way better. Life Tap. Do I have the best Life Tap available to myself? I'm currently tapping myself at level 3, which is good. And Hellfire, I don't think I've got anything better. Still got rank 1 Hellfire. Seems good. Right. Excellent. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to go to the shop in the game, and I'm going... Oh, hang on. Shadow Ward. Absorb damage, last 30 seconds. Demon armor. I should probably put demon armor on at some point. That's probably, you know, needed. I'm going to go to the auction house, and I'm going to see if I can purchase some armor or weapons that increase my fire or shadow damage. In fact, what I might do, I might even look in the guild bank to see if there's anything in there that would help me. Now this is why we have a bank. This is the point of the bank. Equipment. Do we have stuff? Right. That requires good increased damage done by frost spells. That is the opposite of fire. We might not have any. There might be nothing that I can equip that increases fire damage. Increase your dodge rating. Hang on, restore 3 health per second. That might even be useful if I'm just constantly killing myself for my own mana. 57 shadow damage of the Gravestone Scepter. I want to keep that. That's way better. Do I want shadow damage or fire damage? I want both. I want shadowy flames. I want fire in shadow. All right? Josh, tab 4. Tab 4. Interesting. So. Tab 4 is the blue stuff. Increased damage done by fire spells and fire effects by up to 13. Rod of Molten Fire. That could be good. That could be better than my illusory rod. Requires level 30. So I could go with the Rod of Molten Fire. What else have we got? Silver Blade. Blast to target for frost damage on hit. How does that look? That's kind of cool. Rod of Molten Fire. It's just a poker. Interesting. Anna, thank you very much for the raid. We are deciding what to equip my beautiful, beautiful Warlock with. We got the Night Blade. That's pretty cool. That's like an epic item is just hanging out in the guild bank. Why don't I sell all these things? I could be so rich, but I don't. Because I didn't know we had them. Let's see what else we've got. Valanos Longbow requires level 70. So there's a level 70 bow just hanging out in the guild bank. That's pretty cool. Strength, Agility, Spirit, lockboxes. The Dread Mist Belt. Possibly useful as and when I need it. None of these things... I can't equip any of these. These are way too high level. Has this been organized by level? The Lightning Crown. That's cool. The Bringer of Death, level 70. That looks cool. Okay, so there's quite a lot of cool stuff here. There's lots of cool stuff. The thing is, the Rod of Molten Fire is an offhand, and I need an on-hand. There's some 16 slot bags in there. Are there? Maybe I should take them. Mooncloth bag. You know, I'm going to have a mooncloth bag. I'm taking a mooncloth bag. It's mine now. And I don't think there's anything else that I need. Favorite items so far? They're all so good. You know what? I just keep going. I keep going. What's my worst bag? 8, 12, 10, 8. Let's get rid of that one. A 16 slot bag. God, I'm good now. I'm doing well. Right. I could equip the Orb of the Forgotten Seer. Increases damage and healing done by up to 12. That will take away the illusory rod. Do I want to hold an orb or a rod? That's the question. You're a tailor on your mage. Would you like anything made? I'm okay for the time being. While you're at the G-Bank, can I get the Axe of Ringe from tab 4? Yeah, sure. Why not? Axe of something. Yes. Yeah, just... Yeah, come to Ironforge. Sorry for caps lock. Where's the axe that we're getting? This... It needs a search function. I feel that this bank needs a search function. Oh no, Josh won't report it on the thread. Inju, you can report that I'm giving an axe to somebody. I am giving them the Axe of Ringi, which looks cool. Level 48 axe is being taken. It's probably the axe-looking thing. I need like a main hand. That's what I need. I need a main hand item that also gives magic. And you know that the main hand item that gives magic is dropped in the library. So I guess I just need to keep playing. I'm not going to use the orb until I have the dagger that goes with it. No, Prax, we can wait. We're doing this trade. The dagger from the dude in the library. That's what we need. We need to keep doing the library till we get the dagger from the dude in the library. Now he thinks you're in a hurry. I'm in no hurry at all. No, we can wait. Sorry for caps. Can wait. And now we just wait. And then we do another run. I'm going to gain at least 2 to 3 levels today. Are you going to go for the Dagger of Eternal Darkness when you can run Mara? I don't know what that is, but yes. Josh, if you're a Warlock, can't you summon them? Yes. How do I do that? Keep the caps and keep shouting at people. I could summon them. The Moradon drops the Blade of Eternal Darkness. Chance on landing a direct damage spell to deal shadow damage and restore mana. That sounds perfect. Why don't we do that? That looks cool. Let's go with that. What was Moradon? Was that the one with the big princess at the end? Yeah, Moradon had the big princess. I remember that one. Do you see yourself having a WoW day in your schedule even after your addiction passes? Potentially. I don't know. I'm not sure what I'm doing next week. 0.26% drop rate. That's fine, we'll get it. It's a really low drop chance, like 1%. We'll get it. Everything is 50-50. You either do or you don't. Sham says, we could summon you and you could summon the guy who wants the axe. Yeah, I mean, it depends how close they are. We'll have a look. How close are you? Josh, I'm a newcomer to WoW. Got any tips? I'm level 7. Danny, just keep playing. Just keep going. That's what you need to do. Yeah, that's fine. Brad is less than 2 minutes. Less than 5 minutes, greater than 2 minutes. I love that. That's the same timeline that I give often. It's 0.26, but you can... Yeah, exactly. It's... Remember, guys... Everything is 50-50. It either does or does not drop. 64, congrats, well done. Watch this guy G-quit after getting the axe. If you're going to quit a guild over a level 48 blue axe... This is pretty much announcing a 2-minute break, then putting 6 minutes on the timer. No, listen, it's fine. Okay. What we will do is we will trade them the axe. And after trading them the axe, we'll then have a break. We have 5k in the guild bank. Could we request for an additional bank tab, please? Yeah, sure, why not? Remember how much pressure this... Right, buy new guild bank tab. Costs 2,500. We've got 5,500. Yeah, sure, why not? Purchase. Cool. And what's the last one? 5,000. Right, so we are 2,000 gold away from being able to purchase the final tab. I'm going to leave this tab symbol as this, because that's the mystery tab. Waiting on a boat, not a bad time for a break. Okay, guys, let's take 5. Okay, taking 5. But I'm standing at Ironforge. Guys, take a 5-minute break. Inju is screaming because they don't want to curate the mystery tab. Here's a DVD logo so you don't get bored. And here is a countdown timer so you know exactly how long I'm going to be. And the answer is about 5 minutes. But I'm going to put 6 on there because it triggers some of you. And you're like, no, that's not 5, that's 6. Doesn't matter. Does not matter. Refresh. There we go. 6. Enjoy the countdown. Right, 5 minutes. I'll see you there. Don't go anywhere. Or do. I'm not your dad. Come back, Dad. No, I'm going to get milk. Okay, I'm back. We're ready. Got myself some food. You have not blinked in 5 minutes. That's exactly how I get you to stick around. Right, cool. What are we doing? Where's the guy who needs the axe? Where are you? Need an invite to arrive on your lair. Yep, sure. Let me sort that out for you. But I'm here. Any room in the guild? Probably. Let's find out. You get literally the last space. The very last space you get. There you are, Prag. You're a goat girl. Of course you can get whatever the hell you want all the time. There we go. Enjoy the axe. Live your best life. Thank you for the dance. That is payment. I don't like saying this, but that is exactly how we barter in this guild. Right, let's go. Prad, I love you, but I'm going to have to kick you out the guild. The party. Okay, let's go. Right. Party time. Okay, who's up for more Scarlet Monastery? Who is up for more? Are we ready? What do we need? We've got a priest. We've got a shaman. We've got a shaman. Do we need a tank? Who wants to tank? You all thought I'd leave if I got the axe, but he kicked me instead. Exactly. Oh, Len, it was you. Right, who wants to... Any tanks up for Scarlet Monastery? We could... Tank is optional, I've heard. No, we're going to make sure we do some tanks, don't you worry. We're going to make sure we get the tanks. I've also got myself some nice food. It's literally just bread and butter. Bread and butter. I know. Right. Who wishes to tank? Any tanks up? Need tank for SM Lib. Who wishes? You could tank. If you want to tank, go for it. Fan, you want to come and tank? That's totally fine. Where is it? Than, was it me that you wanted to tank with? Than declines your invitation. What a power move. What an absolute power move. Asking to join the party and then being invited and being like, no. Okay, also some people are saying there's something going on in the guild chat. What's happening in the guild chat? Right, hang on. Some of you are saying you're on the TV. Oh, like someone else's TV. You're not going to be on live TV. Time for a break till the evening. Who needs a tank? I do. Who wants to tank is the question. Who need tank for SM Lib? That's now. I can tank now. Okay, cool. Right, invite. Beautiful. Now you're ready. Thalank is ready to go. We can invite you, and we've got three Draenei and a human priest. Again, it's 4 women and me. I quite like this. It's not exactly a full Draenei harem, because we do have 1 human. Oh, I see. Thanks as the DPS. Gotcha. Why does Josh keep making harems? Look, I don't. They just find me. It's like an anime. I started playing an MMORPG as a guild master, and every guild member is a goat. Danny says, can someone tell me what a tank is? Yes, Danny. So, in most MMORPGs, the combat exists within what we call the Holy Trinity. And the Holy Trinity are the 3 archetypes of characters. And they normally are tank, healer, DPS. DPS means damage per second, or damage dealer. The best way to succeed an MMORPG combat encounter is to have someone who has lots of health and lots of defense, but doesn't do too much damage, run into the enemies and get all of their attention. Tanks generate this thing called threat. The more threat, the more likely an enemy is to attack you. So the job of a tank is to get all the enemies to attack them, hold all the threat, but not actually kill the enemy, because they don't do too much damage. The job of the healer is to keep the tank alive, to keep throwing in a load of health so the tank doesn't die. Once the tank has got the attention of the enemies, then the DPS, that's me, will actually do the damage to them. The thing is, the DPS can't do too much damage, because if they do that, then the attention of the enemy turns off the tank onto the DPS. So what we want is a method that we call tank and spank. So the tank over there is taking all of the attention, and I'm throwing in all of the damage, and the tank's job is to not die, and the healer's job is to keep the tank alive. But there is a chance if I do too much damage that I pull the attention of the enemies, which I don't want to do. Split, welcome to the stream. I'm doing good, man. So when we say this fight is tank and spank, it means the tank gets attacked and the damage dealers do the damage back. Now, not every MMORPG uses the Holy Trinity tank healer DPS combo. Some games, like RuneScape, don't have a tank stat. And some games like Guild Wars 2, everyone does damage. And some games like the Elder Scrolls Online allow you to change around which kind of archetype you are filling in. Are all tanks kinky? Yeah, they're all into the spanking part, because that's what they need. In older MMORPGs, you also have a 4th role, which is buff. Buff and debuff, which is where you will give special extra bonuses to your team, and you will give detriments to the enemy. So, tank, healer, DPS, sometimes buffer. The Holy Paladin, which is the tank up there, is a very good buffer. Now, when I throw this AoE, which is area of effect damage on, and I hit everything, there is a chance that my threat becomes so great because of the damage I'm doing that the enemies leave the tank and attack me instead. Now, we don't want that to happen. Like how this dog right now has decided to attack me because I was doing too much damage. Beautiful. There we go. Sometimes a tank will have a skill called Provoke, which means all the enemies, or one targeted enemy, will instantly attack them. Dion says, in Final Fantasy XIV, it's almost impossible to steal aggro from the tank. I mean, different games do it in different ways. 2 expansions ago, WoW added a support spec. Oh, cool. What's the spec? Guys, let me give you water breathing. And also my self-demon skin. No one's drowning on my account. The Augment Evoker. Oh, cool. What's the Augmentation Evoker? How does that work? I feel like you're doing a great job. Keep it up. Thanks, Ass. I appreciate that. That is kind of you to say. I also feel that. You know what? We've now reached a point where my Hellfire is actually doing less damage than my Rain of Fire, which means that my Hellfire, the fact that it's a 15-second channeled spell, is now more beneficial for me than anything else. That is incredible. Yeah, I would say the Shaman is definitely the support class. What is my favorite class in all the combat MMOs I've played? The Hunter Ranger from Neverwinter. But that's because I knew it really well. Hang on, just get myself some gamer subs, which you should purchase using code Josh to get 10% off. Right, let's continue to just burn these things down. Do I need to be proposed by gamer subs to get a flavour? It wouldn't help, you know? Maybe one day they will, maybe they won't. Depends how much I sell. What's gamer subs? It is a powdered gaming drink. It's a powdered drink that you mix with water that has nice flavour, some caffeine in the caffeine ones. Right, good luck, tank. Right, hang on. Time to do some damage now. Let me focus on these guys. Let's burn this Beastmaster down. Let's get them all together. Everyone stay still. Now it's time for the damage to be thrown in. Remember, DPS. Damage per second per second. The more deeps, the better. Follow the Adele formula. Be rolling in the deeps. Yazbis is only ever on defensive. He will not be pulling enemies we don't want him to pull. I love the fact that mana is a healer problem. This is my favourite thing about the Warlock. I don't think I could go back to playing a mage, because playing a mage means you have to contend with running out of mana, which is not a problem here. What makes it a gaming drink? Doesn't make you better at gaming. Yeah. Obviously, look at my gameplay and tell me that it is not peak.
Release the hounds!
See, when I was playing as a tank, I wanted to take a healer so I didn't die. But now that I'm playing as a Warlock, I want to take a healer so I don't die. Also, I do think that the Warlock's Firestorm just looks cooler than the Mage's Blizzard. Because the Blizzard's fine. We got a Logsey's Training Stick. Increases attack power by 40. That is a good... Is that a good stick? Who's that for? That feels like it's for a monk. I don't need that, though. It's a hunter weapon. Of course it's a hunter weapon. 1 level and I can use the Hypnotic Blade. Oh, sweet. I've not got that yet. I want to get that. The Hypnotic Blade is the next thing that I need. If we get that today, I'll be happy. I want to hold my stick. I want to hold my magical stick. Makes me feel better to hold it. What if I just run forward and do that? There we go. I can see that Red Sky banned somebody earlier, which I agree with, and they've sent an unban request, which I also agree with. Don't talk about piracy and stuff. You know what? If someone's fine to write a full-on unban request reason with good reasons, that's fine. Red Sky, you were correct, but the unban has been approved. There we go. We tend to avoid conversations about piracy, even in relation to the Stop Killing Games campaign, because the Stop Killing Games campaign is actually not about encouraging piracy. Futurisma says, can I get unbanned, please? No. How dare you ask? So you can't wear a funny hat and say R. You absolutely can wear a funny hat and say R. That's fine. Assassin's Creed Black Flag, you can talk about that as well. That's totally okay. If anything, it's encouraged. Danny Boy, what is piracy? Genuine question. In the context of video games and software, gaining access to video games and software in a way that you have not paid for, in a way that does not provide monetary value to the original creator, if there is a way to still do that. Any of those things. People have said, oh, so the Stop Killing Games campaign is about piracy. No, it's not. I believe that if there... Piracy, as Gabe says, is a service problem. If a video game exists and you can find a way to pay for it, then pay for it. So can we talk about how to make MMOs offline at the end of their lifetime? We can talk about having a valid end-of-life plan, absolutely. Having a valid end-of-life plan is very important. So it's stealing. It's going to get complicated. We can have this conversation, but we will have this conversation offline at some point. We can chat about it on Discord if you want to. Because people are going to get emotional about it on Twitch. There are many times that I have had conversations with people about various things. And they do get very emotional about stuff. I don't want to drag down the vibes with a conversation that I know people are going to have opinions on. Because some people are like, yeah, it's always morally correct. And some people are like, no, you should never hurt the big company. And the answer is like, probably in the middle somewhere. I, for one, like chunky peanut butter. Why would you say that, Pip? Why would you come in here and say that? When do I expect an update on the Stop Killing Games movement internationally? You'd have to check with the guys that are sorting that out. They are way smarter than I am. I'm happy to show support for them, but I wouldn't consider myself anywhere near as intelligent as the people that are working on this. Chunky peanut butter is objectively superior. Oh, okay, I see. There's a lot of people in the chat being wrong. Interesting. Now, hang on. Fan, you've just said wipe or just head forward. Why would we wipe? We do not need to wipe. We were done well. We're doing fine. Do I like comics? I've not read any in a while, but yes, I do. Oh, right, gotcha. Okay. Yeah, no, kill everything. Kill all for experience. We need the XP. I need the XP. It's a very strong statement. Chunky does... Right, chunky peanut butter has its place. I'm not saying it doesn't. It has its place. Is its place all the time? Definitely not. It makes... It's... Some of you will go, oh, its place is the bin. Listen. If we wish to become a more accepting and loving society, we have to accept and love those who will make choices we disagree with, such as choosing chunky peanut butter. We cannot only love and support those who only make decisions we agree with. We must be willing to accept there are those who will want different types of peanut butter. This is where agree to disagree actually matters. Agree to disagree does not mean validate me effectively, reducing entire demographics of people. Agree to disagree does not mean I have a fundamentally different view on human rights, therefore you have to accept that. Agree to disagree means some of us will like different types of peanut butter, which is fine. Josh, will this be in your TED Talk? I don't even know what's going to be in my TED Talk, and I've got to present the final script in like a week. I'm very much winging it. You disagree to agree. Yeah, we can get behind that. Good luck holding the aggro tank. I am very much trying to steal it off you right now. I am enjoying the amount of damage that I can just do from a distance, by the way. Love this. Warlock, at the ultimate end, Warlock does more damage than Mage, don't they? That was great. Good job. Nice. Smooth. The deeps were great. Rolling in the deeps right there. Ah, the Orb of the Forgotten Seer. Warlock is just a better archer. Warlock is a magical archer. Improves spell critical strike. I need a good main hand Warlock weapon. Ultimately, what does Warlock end up equipping? Is it a staff, or is it a main hand and an offhand? Either or. Okay, so you can have a staff, or you can have a main hand and an offhand. That's cool. You pick the ones that got the best stats together. I see. Doesn't really matter for casters. Gotcha. Because the reason I'm playing Warlock is because I had a look at the Warlock's kind of endgame armor, and they look super cool. I really want the Warlock endgame armor. It looks badass. Right, so Zardoom Great Staff of the Devourer is best, but it drops from the full temple. What does it look like? Oh, that's so cool. It's actually animated. It's got a little mouth and everything. That stat, the Forbidden Fleshlight. That could be what we push toward. That is my goal now. Do not lewd the staff. Look. Look at it. I do love a challenge. Check the Brimstone staff. Where does that come from? Where does the Brimstone staff drop from? I can find it. Don't. Where does it come from? Naxxramas. Okay. That's the regular one. Naxxramas Brimstone staff. What's it? Where do you get it from? Who drops it? There's a search function. Lothab. That's not impressive at all. Why? I mean, that's not fun. Why would that matter? That's not even animated. You guys got me at the wings move. You guys got me excited for that. Josh, how do you feel about Bovril? Thank you. Finally, asking the real questions of what actually matters. That staff has no orifice. Therefore, my interest goes way down. Is that buttery toast? No, it's buttery bread. Didn't bother toasting it. Just cut myself a slice of bread, stuck some butter on it, we're all good. Alright, this is an English feast. Like British people, we like simplicity. It's a British delicacy. Literally just bread and butter. Bread, butter, and gamer subs. That is what allow me to be so damn good at the game. Alright? That's my secret. Ah. Lovely. Lovely stuff. You never say what you think of Bovril. I mean, obviously I think of Bovril frequently. We all do. It's very important that we all feel understood and seen when talking about our Bovril connection. British gamer fuel looks different. Not a dino nuggie to be found. Hey, I've got dino nuggets downstairs in the freezer, but they're actually from Halloween, so it's horror nugget shapes, like bats. But they are there. The current best in slot for Warlocks looks boring. Hang on. Is Gamer Subs expensive? It's not super cheap, but you can get 10% off using code JOSH. There we go. You're all welcome. You got a second advert today. Straight up a second advert. I am very much fulfilling some contractual obligations today. Josh still selling gamer subs to babies. Look, I have said on the record that I do not think it's a good idea to give gamer subs to babies. Off the record, however, how else are we going to give them the edge in Trackmania? How else are we going to raise the Ubermensch of Fortnite? With health, sunlight, exercise, water, nutrients? No. Endless caffeine and a dream. It is a new one. Genetically engineered Rocket League pros. Look, you know how many years ago we talked about how certain sports would end up trying to develop the perfect sportsman for that sport? How do we create the ultimate gamer? How do we Rocky IV? How do we Ivan Drago esports? And what could we make? What kind of video would that be? Would it imagine Rocky IV, but instead of boxing, it's esports? So the training montage would be one of the players using every single possible cheat engine they can possibly find. And the Rocky version of that would be some guy sat on a CRT monitor in an old abandoned school IT infrastructure somewhere playing the original Counter-Strike. That's what it would be. It would be someone with a mouse with 100 buttons on it and 1,000,000 DPI. And somebody else sat in a super old school style. Hand grippers for strong, agile fingers. It's not like anyone uses those. You need to train your grip so you can grip your mouse correctly. Right, give me your knife. This guy needs to give me his cool knife. I think we need a Rocky film for esports. I don't remember how to survive the Doan. I'll just face tank it and you'll come back off. Sure. It's one firewall. You can do this. You can live through it. I believe in you. Do I have the offhand from the graveyard? I do, actually. Yes. I've got the magical. I've got magical balls, and I've got the orb of the Forgotten Seer. So it's all there. Okay, I can't do anything while silenced, which is super annoying. I'm now a sheep. Now I can cast this big spell. Let's go. Now we run away. Cool. Now we come back. I came to your stream after watching numerous YouTube videos about people approaching you with an MMO idea. So here I am, Mr. John MMO Dev. Since you have a lot of experience, do you have any ideas or opinions where a project should start? And what's the bare minimum for a public face demo and a potential investor tech demo? Those are all very long, exclusive business questions. Hey, we got the blade. No way. That's cool. I'll take that. And you'll need to message me on Discord and we can look into a consulting phrase from it. Robe of Dawn I've already got, so I do not need. I've now got the knife, and I've got the balls. This is excellent. So if I equip the blade, increase damage and healing done by 9, increase damage and healing done by 12. Alright, so blade, balls. Blade and orb. We've got him. We've got him. Do I have any interesting wisdom on how to run a company? Yeah, don't ask Twitch streamers how to run a company. Someone messaged, well, didn't message, they left a really interesting comment on a YouTube video. Someone commented on the YouTube video saying, why does everyone go to a Twitch streamer for advice instead of going to a business dev? That's a good question. It's because people see me and they think that because I'm charismatic, I know about everything. And the answer is, that's true, I do. But I'm also going to charge for that knowledge. If you want to talk about how to run a company, go and talk to somebody who focuses on doing that all day. If you want to talk about game dev, go and talk to somebody who has developed a game. We can just stay, run away. Let's just run. I would honestly go and talk to someone who has just done that. I think it's more who we have access to. Yeah, you can have access to game devs mostly through game dev forums. I want you guys to get the people that you need to know. So we've just done the library. Armory? Do you guys think we could do the armory? What level is the armory? Hang on. Armory is 33 to 41. So yes, yes. Maybe not. Yes. Yes. Armory. Let's do it. I think we can do it. I believe in us. Might be too low. Neroi, you might be. But let's find out. Let's give it a good old college try. What would I say my charisma level is out of 10? I don't know. Boosted by whatever I'm wearing at the time. There should be a U in Armory. Ah, the Americans are here. Armory is just Armory. Hang on, I'll spell it properly. R more E Armory. There we go. Oh, you know what? No, the U would be the British thing, wouldn't it? Because the British have the thing about putting more letters in. Color or color? Same. Armory. Just, that's how you... You know what? I'm really starting to think that I want to start my TED Talk talking about efficiency. And I want to start it by walking on and going, efficient. What does it mean? Let's break it down. E, party drug of the 90s. Fish, wet animals. Ent, talking trees from Lord of the Rings. What these things have to do with business, I do not know. I'm super tempted to start the thing like that, because I think that could be really funny. Now, I don't know if anyone would get it, but I would laugh at it. But let's break it down, then just start dancing. A fish is a wet animal. That's what it is. Recommendations on MMO to play with your mates. Literally any of them, as long as you're all playing together. Recommendation on MMO. I've been playing Guild Wars 2, mate's been playing BDO, others playing WoW. We want a new experience together. Talk to your friends then. Just sit down with your mates and say, look lads, it really doesn't actually matter what game we play as long as we're all playing it together. We could literally play the worst game we could find. If we all play together, it will be fun. That's the point. Just talk to your friends. I can give you advice, but the advice is going to be the same 5 MMOs you've seen for the last 15 years. The advice is going to be World of Warcraft, Final Fantasy XIV, Elder Scrolls Online, Guild Wars 2, and Old School RuneScape. That's going to be the advice. Possibly with Black Desert Online if you want to do that. The list of MMOs that you can play hasn't changed in the last 10 years. It's just kind of mixed around every now and again. It's not changed. If you want one of the, what I would tend to call the slightly more niche MMORPGs, you've got Lord of the Rings Online, you've got Dungeons and Dragons Online, you've got Warframe. I mean, there are other choices, but ultimately every game is going to give you what you want if what you want is the ability to play a game with your friends. If you want to play a game with your friends, just play Guild Wars. Guild Wars 1. Lord of the Rings Online, Albion Online. There's loads of choice. The game is not going to be the most important thing. The most important thing is going to be the memories that you create within the game with the friends that you're playing with. That's going to be what you remember. That's going to be what matters to you. So if you and your 3 or 4 friends are all playing different games, the problem is not the games that you're all playing, because they'd all work. The problem is at some point you've got to say, right, I'll play your game. You cancelled your WoW account last week, and I've been playing more than I did when I had a paid sub. I'm having difficulty reconciling this. Shep, how so? Let me just stab myself in the face to get myself some more mana. Then stand here and set myself on fire. What do you do if you don't have friends? Well, then you're free. Do I think playing on private servers is bad? I don't pay your sub, I don't care what you do. What I do care is when people come in here and ask me constantly to advertise private servers. Because 2 things will happen if I advertise a private server. 1, every single person that plays on every single private server will flood my DMs with requests for me to advertise theirs, because it's happened before. And 2, whichever private server I advertise will then pull the attention and the ire and gain threat of whichever game it's effectively ripping off, and then shut down faster. People that play private server... How do you know someone plays a private server? Don't worry, they'll tell you. If you want to play a private server, do. I don't care how you spend your gaming time. Unfortunately, when people come to me and say, hey, will you talk about my private server? No, I won't. Lol, this guy likes hearing himself talk. Weird, I'm out. Hang on. No, this is a mystery. We've got to get to the bottom of this. Accepted TV. You have TV in your name, which means that you are clearly also a Twitch streamer. Right, hang on. Let me have a look at this. This is interesting. You have 1,000 followers and you also play World of Warcraft. Okay, so you get what Twitch streaming is. Like, you understand how this works. This guy likes hearing himself talk. I'm out. Do you guys ever... You know, whenever you guys say to me, oh, this person's just trolling, I think people like to think people are just trolling, when actually that's genuinely how they are. Unfortunately, I've spent so much time around people online that I no longer think just trolling is an excuse. I think people are generally just a little bit weird with it. He probably wants attention to get more eyes on his stream. Well, he's not going to get them if people go there and he's talking he's being super silent. I am the type of streamer who talks. I'm sorry about that, but you're going to have to get used to it. Please don't stop talking. I need a distraction from the void. Don't worry, guys. I'm here to make sure the thoughts don't creep in. The thoughts do not creep in. This guy likes to hear himself talk. I'm in. You son of a bitch. I'm in. Yeah, people do seem just a little bit weird, don't they? God damn it, Scarlet Soldier. We may have pulled. Incoming, guys. Here we go. Please keep talking. It's my weekend off work, and your talking makes me not worry about my job. That's what I'm here for. That's the focus. Weird is a nice way of putting it. Yeah, I don't like to use words that are more offensive than that, but I definitely think there are some people who make what I would consider suboptimal choices for interaction. There is a way of delivering negative opinions in a way that doesn't just come across as aggressive. I think the interesting one is when someone says, "Have the day you deserve." That's always one of my favorites. And I once heard someone say, "I'm really sorry, but your absence is required," which I thought was lovely. There's a... Hang on, is there an enemy over there? We good? You good? Hang on, we've... Oh, there we go. Okay, cool. The mainstreamer rule is not to get triggered by the mess in the chat. No, I would say the mainstreamer rule is... How dare you say that? You can't be coming in here and telling me what I can and cannot do and what rules I must and must not obey. It's my stream. I'm so triggered right now. I'm sorry you feel that way is an annoying thing to say to someone. Oh, hang on. The planks were not solid. Oh, gotcha, you were just running through them, I see. Right, good job, healers, at keeping me alive. I think people are just a bit weird sometimes. Can you stream faster, please? I have to go soon. No. No, you don't deserve that. I'll stream slow and you'll appreciate that. I think maybe I need to be casting Shadow Bolt faster. Because right now I'm not casting it anywhere near fast enough. Also, my imp has died, so I should probably resummon Yazbis at some point. How many classes have I hopped between? Probably all of them. Probably all of the classes have been used at some point. I'm going to summon Yazbis back as soon as these guys are dead. And let me just... There we go. It's nice he remembers the imp's name. I do, I really care. Josh, have you not unlocked the suck yet? I have not yet unlocked the suck. That's true. What does the succubus do as far as, you know, a minion goes? What's their role? I'm in the background while you're playing Lord of the Rings Online. Love Lord of the Rings Online. Great game. Oh, she's a DPS and a crowd controller. Lovely. Is she more DPS than Imp, but melee? Okay. Do I want that? Do I want the suck in World of Warcraft? I need to know whether it's worth getting. Maybe that's the Warlock lesson. A, B, C. Always be succubusing. And she is sexy. Sexier than the Imp or the Voidwalker. Hey! Hey! You lay off Yazbis and Blueberry. They are beautiful and perfect in their own way. Voidwalker doesn't have that Dorito shape going, that's true. You heard the Incubus deals more damage. I'm pretty sure they're exactly the same. I mean, you'll have to double check that, but I think they are. Aren't all walkers of the Void variety? They could be. Later on, when you use Demonic Sacrifice... Oh, I can kill the Succubus to get the Shadow Talent stuff. Right, so I summon the Succubus and then kill her. Gotcha. I just want to get the cool raid gear for the Warlock because it looks pretty, pretty cool. The Incubus comes with +5 damage to security for any male. Hey, you can be supportive of a sexy guy. Will I ever stream to YouTube as well? Tried it. People unsubscribed. People on YouTube don't normally want streams. They want curated, edited long videos. The Naxxramas tier for the Warlock is a real treat. How so? What does it look like? None of these are needed. Naxxramas. Where's the Warlock stuff? Click Dungeons and Raids. Okay, hang on. Yep. And then Naxxramas. And then... oh, tier 3 sets. I see. Warlock. I mean, that's weird. That's just tentacles. Alright, we're not bringing tentacles into this as well. The people who unsubscribed weren't watching your videos anyway. That's true, but it does make number go down, and that makes sad. Okay, guys, ready when you are. Josh, I'll be honest, I'm new to the stream. And Daddy likes what he's seeing. I want to invest. How many goats for the franchise? Right. So... the fact that the first thing you've said is, I'm new to the stream and Daddy likes what he's seeing, I've had a visceral reaction to that. And I think I've thrown up a little bit in my mouth and then immediately swallowed it back down. I'm not against investment, but I think maybe Daddy will require some kind of neutral third party to have this meeting through. Are goats wet? Depends how much DPS you can do and impress them. Josh, please stop saying daddy. Why? Is it too powerful? I've often said to people that the way that you communicate is super important. And the way that you effectively portray information matters, and it changes the emotional resonance of what you say. Because forgive me, Father, for I have sinned, and Daddy, I've been naughty, mean the same thing. But they also don't. That is the importance of understanding communication. You need to understand that you can deliver the same information in 2 different ways and get 2 very different vibes from it. Inju just said, you said I can ban anyone that makes you uncomfortable. Inju, I'm the one person you can't ban. I'm sorry about that. An anonymous gifter has just gifted out 5 tier 1 ad blockers to the community. Thank you very much. Inju, you can't ban me. What about hark, Papa, I've committed folly? Ah, I see you know the Renaissance Fair chat-up lines. People don't believe me when I say the Renaissance Fair is the horniest place you can go to. But it 100% is. There is just something about craftsmen. Anyone that's been there will absolutely know. You'll get the vibe. You'll understand. Anyway, the Renaissance Fair is coming up. You can say bosom, unironically. Always. Right, we should probably kill the Protector first. Let me just stick on the old Rain of Fire. They have Ren fairs in the UK. Where? Everywhere. Honestly, just York every weekend. That's just how it is. We still live in the medieval ages. Now, there's quite a few Ren fairs in the UK. Fantasy Forest, I think, is probably the biggest one. I think most Ren fairs in the UK have kind of combined with cosplay and LARP and recreation and general stuff like that. They're not necessarily 100% pure Renaissance period. I think it's very much become, you can do cosplay, you can do fantasy stuff. Yeah. D&D. D&D kind of stuff. And, you know, yeah, it's sexy. It's just a straight up sexy day. I have found it a bit weird that Star Trek people do go to the Renaissance fairs and dress up in Star Trek stuff, and I'm like, I get what you're doing because the old Star Trek episodes had them carrying around, but like, vibes. Come on. Let's try and find the vibes. We want to stick with the fantasy vibes. There is overlap, without a doubt, but it feels that it's not really getting with the vibes. What if they dress up like Jean-Luc Picard dressing up as Robin Hood? I'd appreciate that. That would be funny. Like if it was Star Trek people, but they were trying to dress up as if they had actually visited the planet. That would be great. That I'd appreciate. Now, Renaissance fairs are fun, though. And let's be fair, you know, fantasy costumes, they're sexy. Maybe I could go dressed up as my Warlock. Maybe somebody else could go dressed up as a goat. Maybe somebody else goes dressed up as a full-size Sargeras. Maybe somebody else goes dressed up as one of the old gods and just kind of tentacles in the sky. Maybe that's what has to happen. Worf as a merry man. We love it. I love old Star Trek. Josh, we know it's just you and 4 goat girls. I didn't pick the goat life. I'm going as the Defias traitor, and no one will be able... Go as the Defias messenger and just don't go. And when people are like, have you seen the Defias messenger? No. No one knows where he is right now. That would be a very specific joke. Go as Mancrick's wife. And just don't turn up anywhere. How would one cosplay as existential dread? Just dress however you dress normally. The Warlock is a very easy class to play. Let's be fair. Go as my dad and don't turn up. Oh, some of you in chat are working through some trauma. I'm glad I'm here for you. I'm very glad I'm here for you. Bring a blanket to hide under. That can work. But no, Ren fairs are definitely the nerdy fantasy geek version of just a massive horny party. Like how the Scarlet Defenders run away. You guys are doing super good, by the way. And I can tell that because we're doing super good and I'm not doing a lot. I am closing in on another level, though. 35. What dungeon do I unlock? I mean, it's just the armory for a while, isn't it? I suppose we could do Razorfen Downs for a while. And then at 36, we get Alderman. Ah, this is cool. Okay. Razorfen Downs and Alderman, potentially. 30 to 40 is pretty much just Scarlet Monastery. Yeah. You're going to be here for a while. So, very much get used to the Scarlet Monastery. We're going to be here a while until we dive deep into an Alderman. And then we can do the dungeon Uldaman. Get used to seeing the Scarlet Thigh Priest. Ah, do you mean the Holy Thibel? Yeah, we can go and say hi to You're 36. Open up Scarlet Cathedral and Uldaman. 36 is a little low to do. Yes, I mean, we've done the Cathedral before. Much too low for that. Did I get the quest to do the Scarlet Monastery? No. No, I'm literally just grinding through, to be honest. I know that I could probably go and get quests, but I am literally just grinding. I'm here for the vibes. Forget the most efficient way of doing anything. You think your best path is to join a casual solo guild? A solo guild? Yeah, I mean, if you want to do that, sure. You join whatever you want to join. You be happy with whatever you're happy with. Level 39 to 40 mobs to get a quest involves killing a level 34 boss. That's true. I just don't think it's worth it. Like, by the time I get to level 50 or 60, I'm going to have out-leveled most of the stuff I would have got from the quest rewards anyway. The innuendos in the stream are 10 out of 10. Thibault made me spit your tear. Have you seen the enemy, though? Do you know what I mean when I say it? For those of you who aren't aware, when I call the boss the Holy Thibault, is Scarlet Monastery, High Inquisitor Whitemane. Hang on. You can see why we refer to this boss as the Thigh Priest. Right? You've got it? Are you picking up what I'm putting down? Right, cool. Praise be indeed. Hey, thank you for the fireworks. Appreciate it. I think Blizzard knew their audience. Yeah, Blizzard absolutely knew. Did he say Holy Thibault? Yes. Yes, I did. You've convinced me I'm joining the crusade. You know what? Maybe that's how they're recruited. You're not sure what you should do at 36 besides dungeon grind? Just dungeon grind. Just dungeon grind. I mean, I'll be honest with you. When I said that I wanted to grind Whitemane, I didn't mean do the cathedral again and again and again and again and again, but here we are. This is the armory. Yeah, we'll get there. We'll get there. You've got to build up. Stares into the void, hoping the void is staring back. I'm sorry, Inju. I feel this is hurting Inju quite a bit. We are closing in on a level, though, which is pretty good. For now, we'll just have to grind the bare-chested boss in the armory. We'll see if Herod can spin me right round, baby. Round, like a record, baby. Josh, what did I do before YouTube and Twitch? Lots of things. Mostly I was a teacher, then I was an actor for a while. I worked in theatre, I've been a party host at a trampoline park, I've been a weapons marshal on a paintball field, I was a mechanic on a go-kart track, I've done manual labour in a warehouse, I've done retail work in Toys R Us for a while. I was a self-defense instructor for about 3 years, so lots of strange jobs. Yeah, I used to teach kickboxing and karate, move boxes in a warehouse. The paintball job was fun. I really enjoyed the paintball job. That was a good company to work for. They treated their workers really well, and I had a really good boss for that. The go-kart mechanic was fun, fixing little 200cc engines. That was enjoyable. Teaching started off as a drama teacher, and I did drama teaching in some public schools and then some private schools, and then I ran some drama clubs in various levels of schools, and then I would do intensive training with professional or semi-professional theatre groups when they were putting on specific shows and wanted to grind certain scenes, and then I would do theatre work at shows like MCM and the European Games Expo, or Insomnia when that was a thing in the UK, and I've done theatre and stage shows and stage hosting, that kind of stuff. I've done lots of things, and I've been blessed to meet lots of very, very interesting people, and I've managed to learn a lot from them. I hosted the TEDx talk last year where Neil Newbon did his talk. He was lovely. Worked with Neil. I say worked. I've been involved in events that he's been at a few times, and he's always nice. What is drama teaching? Acting. Teaching how to be an actor. World self-defense. I started off in Wadaroo-style karate and then moved into kickboxing. Wadaroo-style karate was fine, but I didn't think it really gave a lot of the practical stuff that I wanted to look into. Were there weird overlaps in knowledge between professions that most people wouldn't expect? So, a lot of teachers that don't have life experience outside of the educational system suck at talking to people. And what I mean is there are what we tend to refer to as lifelong teachers, which means you've got someone that went to primary school, went to high school, went to college, went to university, and then immediately starts teaching. And that means that this person has never lived outside of the educational bubble. They've never experienced connections outside of academia. Which means that you have someone who has gone from sitting in a classroom, sitting in a classroom, sitting in a classroom, sitting in a classroom, to standing at the front of the classroom. And you end up with someone who just regurgitates all of the stuff that they knew was relevant 10 to 15 years ago. And that is a very difficult mindset to get somebody out of. If you have a teacher who has just come straight out of high school, straight out of college, straight out of uni, and then goes into teaching, they try and act like the teachers they had 10 years ago, which does not work. Instead, I find that some of the best teachers, and you guys can tell me if you agree or disagree with this, some of the most interesting teachers I ever had were people who went into teaching after they had done stuff outside of teaching. And they'd have stories. They'd have stories of places in the world they'd been and people they'd met and crazy weird jobs they'd had. They would have so many, and you would listen to those stories, and they would be incredible at engaging people's focus, engaging their entertainment. Normally it's the same with, I've always found it for some reason, shop teachers, woodwork teachers, mechanical teachers, any kind of teaching that requires like a physically active, mechanically inclined brain. Whenever you have those shop teachers, they are super interesting. Right, I'm going to run back toward the tank. Right, there you go. Super duper interesting. And that's why I find those teachers so interesting. So what I've found about the crossover with jobs is jobs that have you work with people, especially a huge variety of people, end up producing people who are better at talking to people. It sounds silly, but that does happen. You have people who have experienced life outside. And when you have those experiences and when you have that variety of experience, you find that the way that you distribute information to people matters so much. Working with people is one of the hardest parts of any job. And you also get to understand that that person exists as a fully fleshed out person instead of simply a piece within what you see as a machine to educate and entertain you. If someone has, and I don't say this with any hatred to any teachers in the chat, If you have gone from mandatory education into... Hey, the shoulder's dropped. Nice one. If you have gone from mandatory education into a position of power or authority where your job is to teach people whatever you are doing, the people you are teaching will know that you don't have any experience outside of what you are teaching them. Which means it often feels like you are just a part of a machine that they are being churned through. When you have a teacher or any kind of person in a position of authority that you know has a huge amount of experience beyond what they are engaging with, you almost feel that they have chosen to be there because they believe it's where they should be, after doing the things they've already done. And there is almost this unspoken connection between you and them where you think, right, they're telling me this for a reason. Social experience and social understanding, life experience, matters a lot. Google used to have this thing they would call the airport test. If you have two candidates applying for a job, and both are equally qualified, ask yourself, if you had to be stuck in an airport waiting for a delayed plane, who would you rather be stuck with? Now, people might say, oh, that just means that you're giving jobs to people who are better with people. Yes. Straight up, yes. And most people don't like hearing that. But that is a reality. I would say we run. Run out, guys. Let's go. That was the reason you stopped your teacher studies and went for something else. You felt going from school to university back to school would neither benefit me nor the pupils. Absolutely. Because you would not be able to give the information. You started at 37, worked your whole life prior, including the RAF. Nice one. You can say some of the people who have always been a teacher are awful. And I bet the kids appreciate some of the stories that you've got. And I bet you've also got stories that you can fall back on if the kids start misbehaving. You're like, right, you know what I'll do? I'll tell you a couple of stories from the old days. And suddenly they're interested. And then you drop a lesson into that as well. All right, guys, well done. That was good. That was very good. Do we want to do the armory again? Robe of Doan, gang! Oh, hell yeah, we've all got the robes. Check us out. Look at us, donors. Absolute classic donage right there. Beautiful people all around. Shall we go again? We just reset. I think we've reset. Cool. Reset is done. Josh, how many water breathing spells? Not always one more. Look, if you're not comfortable speaking to people today, that does not mean later in life you won't be. We're all changing. That's very true. That is very true. One thing that I've noticed about, and again, I have a lot of respect for people that work in the educational system, but one thing that I really have noticed is educators that either do not have any real life experience within the thing they are teaching, or, and I find this happens more often and is actually worse, have any of you ever had a teacher that did the thing that they are teaching many years ago, and they still act as if all of their information is up to date and relevant? I've had that. And it irritates me to no end. When they're like, this is how the industry is. I'm like, no, that is how the industry was. That's not how it is now. Oh, but if you want to get a job in the industry, you've got to do this, and you've got to know that, you've got to know the other. The last time you worked in the industry, the internet didn't exist. So let's maybe pipe down a little bit on telling people exactly how they do and don't have to be. Your advice is no longer relevant. Your advice is the equivalent of somebody telling you to walk into a shop with your CV and give the manager a firm handshake. That may have worked 20 years ago. It does not work now. And the amount of adults who will tell teenagers or early 20s, just walk in, give them a firm handshake and you've got the job. And make sure you call them the next day so you get the job as well. And make sure you check in. And we're like, look, every single job just needs to apply online. Everything is a massive online application. None of it is relevant. Josh, when is your next scheduled break? I would like to order a takeaway. Do it. Sham, order a takeaway right now. When it gets here, we'll have a break. Academia is indeed a closed system. It can indeed feed on itself. That is true. You do get teachers and professors who approve each other's work and continue to do so in a way that just continues to, constantly approve and approve and approve and approve. It's not a good system. And it ends up producing students that are trained to not question what they are taught outside of that system. Good education should be about inspiring curiosity, not about enforcing dogma. Still no school tomorrow? God, I hope so. But I definitely have opinions on the education system. Would I try hardcore WoW? It's super immersive to me. Probably not. I don't want to feel like a death is punished by having to restart the game. Oh yeah, the education system is definitely behind where it's meant to be and where it should be. Without a doubt. Partly that's by design. School is great at learning rote memorization. Like, if you need to memorize something, that's great. It's a great place for it. What is my opinion on teachers who behave adversarial toward the kids? You had a math teacher like that. I wouldn't want to pass judgment on someone's individual actions or choices about how they want to handle their classroom. Everyone has different experiences and different strengths and weaknesses. There is an aspect of understanding from any of them. So I wouldn't feel comfortable saying that's why that person does this. I don't know that person. There are teachers who have adversarial personalities, who feel that there is a divide between them and the students, and their job is to pass information across, and that is all. And there are teachers who believe their job is to connect with as many students as they can and encourage curiosity. Why is it that academia professionals' ego fill the classrooms but empties the soul of the students? Oh, what a great line. That is a beautiful line. An ego that fills the classroom but empties the soul. That's a frickin' poem right there. Burn Toaster, that is a gorgeous line. Write that down somewhere and make sure you never forget that you said that. That is lovely. Professors are often people in positions of power, and they are taught that being questioned is disrespectful. Being questioned is not disrespectful. Being disrespected is. You can agree with someone in a disrespectful way. You can question them in a respectful way. Being questioned is not undermining your authority. That's what people need to understand as well. And Gallus says, you always respected teachers that were harsh and didn't care about the students' feelings. Life is harsh. Get used to it, kid. I mean, Gala, if that's what you took from school and if you feel that's been beneficial to you, then great. I would say that life can be whatever the connections that you have with the other person are. Life can have harsh moments, but I feel that part of the beauty of that is that we can find people who are able to support us through that. I think that, from what I've seen personally, a lot of people who have the life is unfair, get used to it vibe often revel in the fact, they almost enjoy the fact that other people have to experience the unfair nature of it. Because they did, and so others should too. I don't know if you guys have experienced that as well. But there's a lot of people in the world that have the attitude of, I suffered, therefore you should suffer too. Because it validates their own suffering, and if other people don't suffer, what then happens is they feel bad that, why was life unfair to them? One of the strongest desires is for the people that come after you to not have to suffer. If you went through hardships, sometimes people want to work harder to make sure other people don't have to go through those hardships. And this, of course, leads us to that saying of weak men and hard times and all that jazz. You know the old saying? Strong men create good times create weak men create hard times create strong men. You know, that looping saying that's been going around the place. I think that it is possible to have good times that don't necessarily create weak people, but instead create people who face different times of challenges. And everyone will say that they are living through the hard times. But it doesn't apply the same to everyone, because there's lots of people out there who are having excellent, incredible, fantastic lives right now, and they would say they're living through the good times. I think the truth is that different people and different societies create different experiences for different peoples within that society. Like, you can be part of a society that is struggling while people in that society are also not. If that makes sense. But one thing that I really do push back against is, if you have struggled and it has made you the person you are, you can either want other people to struggle so they become as tough as you can want other people to struggle so they suffer and that validates you, or you can want them to not struggle. And all of these have positives and negatives. I just think that overprotecting students doesn't help them in the long run. That's true, Gala. Absolutely, it doesn't help them in the long run. But hurting someone when they are still weak also doesn't help. The best way to train someone is to find the level of skill that they are at and then see if they can endure something slightly more difficult. If you have never boxed before and you walk into a boxing gym and the instructor puts you in the ring with the biggest guy straight away and tells the biggest guy just to beat you up, if you don't win that fight, you can't just turn around and the instructor will be like, yeah, well, that's just how it is, get used to it. That's not good training. That is massaging the ego of the instructor and the person that got to do the punching because they want an easy punching bag. They want a one-way war. If you do want to prepare people, genuinely prepare people, to deal with an unfair world, then just treating them in an unfair way isn't always the best method of giving them the skills needed to require. Sometimes the best method is to explain to them the situations that they're going to be in, and then start to slowly show them techniques and skills to deal with those situations as it gets worse and worse and worse. Now, some people do learn by being thrown in the deep end. Some people absolutely benefit from the whole tough love vibe. And some people don't. That destroys some people. The question is, are you willing to change your teaching style to match someone's learning style, even if you don't think it's the best way to teach? If you see somebody is struggling and your response is, we're all going to struggle, deal with it, that may make you feel better, but it does not get the skills needed to the person who is struggling. Now, you might be right. You might actually be spot on 100% correct. Everyone is going to struggle. But when someone is struggling, the way that you then, help them, approach them, adapt to it, that helps them. And you are right, the world does suck. But if we continue to engage with systems by saying, look, man, it's going to be unfair, just deal with it, we're almost priming people to not only expect the system to be unfair, but if they get put in a position where they're in charge of the system, encouraging them to keep it unfair. Now, struggle doesn't mean suffer. That's very true. I think a lot of people think that struggling means suffering. It means taking on a challenge that you are unable to, overcome right now and learning the skills to be able to do it. It is totally possible for the strong men to create good times and then have struggle within those times that is not suffering. Because when you have the good times, you can actually choose the difficult that you want to get through. There are many people that have very comfortable lives that actively choose to do something difficult, something that they will struggle at, something that they will, push themselves for. So I think the ideal is to be able to live in the good times, which gives you the safety to be able to pursue a challenge that you find a struggle at the start that you get better at. Gideon says the safe space mentality has weakened the framework of culture a lot. We are correcting course now. It was an overcorrection. So believe it or not, I've spoken about this before. I absolutely believe that we do need safe spaces, but people have misunderstood what the phrase safe space actually means. A martial arts dojo is a safe space. It does not mean that you're not going to be challenged. It means that you are going to be given challenges, and if you fail, you are going to be able to recover. That's what a safe space should be. It should not be a space where you are never confronted with anything difficult. It should be a place where you can take on a level of challenge that is above what you are capable of dealing with right now to learn what you need to get better at. That's what it should be. Unfortunately, people have taken the phrase safe space and manipulated it to mean a place where my worldview and my feelings are never, ever confronted. It is a place where you should be able to take on difficult, dangerous, potentially damaging things and know that the support is there. That's what it should be. And that is why when I say that I want this stream to be a safe space for people, I do not mean that we never approach ideals that we disagree with. I mean that we are able to do them in a place that is respected and a place that is within the boundaries of human respect. I don't mind people disagreeing with me, but I don't want the disagreement to be seen as an excuse for blatant disrespect or direct kind of designed offense, if that makes sense. Schools should be the place where you can mess up. One thing that I think schools have really damaged? I have so many students, or I had so many students, and one of their biggest fears was failure. If you are scared of failing, it often tells me that you have lived a life where failure has been mocked or punished or seen in a negative way. Parents about it, grandparents about it, friends, families, jobs, schools. Failure is treated as this blanket negative to be avoided. Failure can only come from an attempt at doing something. Failure is proof that you tried to do something and it did not work, and that's annoying. However, it should be seen as a way to improve, to learn from. It's almost like failure damages your GPA and thus in real life concrete ways. Powerman, that's failing a specific test. Failing the process to get to that test should not be a problem, though. The test should see how many times you have failed and got to the right answer. Unfortunately, schools and parents, to a degree, have this thing where they make people feel bad for failing. And if you are made to feel bad for failing, you will want to avoid failure. And the best way to avoid failure is to never attempt anything. The fact that failure is seen as a weakness by the strong who will take advantage of you. Yeah. If you make someone feel bad for doing something wrong, what you've encouraged them to do is not try. Some of the most well-adjusted and intelligent people that I've met absolutely love when they attempt something and fail at it, because that gives them data, that gives them a process, that gives them a place to start from or to change. If someone attempts something and it doesn't go the way they wanted it to, fantastic. We've got some data. We can work on something. Civ, welcome to the stream. Yeah, you live, you fail, you try again. Absolutely. I think, unfortunately, we do very much have a situation where you think struggling or failing in academic settings helps you learn to learn. Absolutely, that is true. Oh, Frel, that is one of the most prominent things people say. How many of you were smart kids in high school or primary school? How many of you, if you were in the UK, went to that thing called gifted and talented? How many of you were able to just kind of get the answers? How many of you never had to learn how to learn? If you never learn how to learn, you effectively in school get given work that is below your level of skill. You complete it because you already know how to, but you never have to learn how to learn. And when you never have to learn how to learn, when you finally, inevitably get presented with a situation that you are not capable of dealing with, you do not know how to gather the skills needed to be able to deal with it, because you never learned how to learn. You've always just coasted by on doing the answer, finishing the work early, being told that you're so talented, if only you applied yourself. And that has created a huge amount of people who are unable to learn how to learn. The way that I often describe this, and I've told this story before, is imagine watching a theoretical race between two race cars, and one car immediately starts the race at 100 miles an hour, and the other car starts at 1. Well, the car that's going 100 is going to take off immediately, straight ahead. You don't need to help that car's doing great. So, you help the car that's going slower, and you give it the one ability that the other car doesn't have, the ability to speed up. And then it slowly hits 2, and it hits 3, and it hits 4 miles an hour, it hits 5, it hits 6, it hits 7. It's still going too slow. So it hits 8, it hits 9, it hits 10. Eventually, given enough time, that car that started slower because it has been given the ability to improve will hit 100 miles an hour. Now, it still won't be caught up to the other car because the other car has got, absolutely loads of room ahead of it. It's a massive advantage. But then the car that learned how to learn starts doing 101, 102, 103, 104. And given enough time, it will catch up to the car that started at 100. The difference is the car that started at 100 never got given the skills that it needs to actually go faster. It will only ever be at that level. It does not know how to speed up because it never needed to. And so you end up with a lot of people that have natural talent at something, people that are naturally good, that coast by on that skill, on that natural talent, and never learn how to improve their own skills. They never learn how to get better. They do not have the ability to level up. And I see that a lot with people who say, I was always good at this and so I never learned how to get better. Josh, I'm an American. I need an American example. Freedom, Eagle, 2 football fields, 500 burgers, Freedom, Shark Week. Liquid Culture says, so they are NPCs. No, they're not. They're fully realized human beings in their own right, with their own fleshed out lives, as we all are, but they never got given the information or the skills earlier in the game to be able to change. I know that might seem like an overcorrection, but I really dislike the whole calling other people NPCs thing, because I think it feeds into the world view of everyone individually as the center of their own world and nobody else matters. Anyone that I've spoken to who unironically refers to other people as NPCs seems to think that they are the only fleshed out real human being in the world, and everyone else is simply a bit part in whatever choices they choose to make. It dehumanizes other people, and it reduces other people to only surface level traits, and it ignores the fact that other people do have depth to them. But that itself links back to an older saying: we judge ourselves by our intentions while we judge others by their actions. If you intend to do something, you treat yourself as if the intention is enough. Whereas if other people intend to do something, it does not matter. All that matters is what they do. If we are going to judge other people by what they do, we need to judge ourselves by what we do. So I generally tend to push away from the referring to people as NPCs, because it leads into a combination of the dehumanization and the focus on individualism, which leads to a situation where we don't want to bother giving anyone else any level of time or focus beyond ourselves. But equally, maybe I'm wrong. It's totally fine and safe to say, maybe you're wrong. Let's kill this Myrmidon just here. Also, line of sight the caster by moving around. When people use AI 24/7, you kind of see them as an NPC, but they're not. People that use AI to do everything for them are not NPCs. They are people who do not have or do not want to engage with the skills to use it beyond that. They have been given a tool that does a job, and they want to use that tool to do a job. And to be fair, if you got given a tool that did the same job, why would you not use it? We do not want to be dehumanizing people, because that feeds into the us versus them mentality. First time watcher being hit by Socrates. We're just talking about philosophy, man. There are far more people in this chat who are far smarter than I am. We're just talking about the general vibes. See if I can kill that evoker with a firestorm. Hell yeah. Remember, you are the only person that experiences life like you do. But it does not mean that other people do not have fully fleshed out lives as well. I have known people that have put texts and messages through AI checkers to ask what the vibe of the message is, instead of just talking to the person. Now, and I've said this before, AI can have a use. But I think that when that use becomes a level of dehumanization, it becomes dangerous, because AI tells you what you want to hear. It doesn't tell you what you need to hear. If you want to help someone, tell them what they need to hear. If you want to help yourself, tell them what they want to hear. Because the purpose of AI is not to give you the best advice. It's to give you the advice that keeps you using it. And if you haven't seen the Eddie Burback video, where he just follows AI for like a couple of months of his life, do it. I think it is Eddie Burback, isn't it? One of the best creators, without a doubt. He is a brilliant creator that basically just follows what AI tells him to do for like a month. It's fantastic. How often do you think about the why am I here? Why am I me, as in specifically me? Nobody else could play a Warlock as whelmingly. The person takes their entire draft and puts it through AI. People are losing faith in themselves. But does this loop back to the fear of failure? If people are taking works that they have created and putting them through an AI checker, is this because they fear failure so much that they want a computer system to double check that it's right before they go and do anything else? That's what they want to do. It's reassurance that they are doing the right thing. It's double, triple checking because they don't want to double, triple check themselves. It's not just spell check. I would say it's more than spell check at this point. I would say it's meaning check. But what if we never had faith in ourselves to begin with? Then the worst way to gain it is by constantly making something else check and prove that you are correct. Because what you're doing there is you're taking away the element of the safe space of failure. If you never had faith in yourself to begin with, and you have to double check with something, an AI, that you are doing the right thing, are you allowing yourself to fail? Are you allowing yourself to go into a situation where you might not have the best possible answer already, and just see if your answer is good enough? That's the danger. I feel that we're creating a very enfranchised, a very kind of focused culture where... There we go. Where we are losing faith in the ability to say, I'm going to do this, this is good enough. But they're not running very important stuff without checking the final result. Gummy, absolutely, but people used to. I'm not saying that it was good or bad that they did. Let's pivot, please. What about when people try to be perfectionists and the idea of perfect is the enemy of good? Perfectionism doesn't exist. Perfect is the enemy of done. When people say they're a perfectionist, it often means that they bother with the minutiae so much that they're not willing to accept flaws before something is created. And if you're not willing to accept flaws before something is created, you will delay the creation of something constantly. When people say, I'm a perfectionist, I think what they mean is, I do not want to put out work that has any flaws, and therefore I will constantly keep double, triple, quadruple checking everything to make sure there are no flaws in this. But it can reach a point where it becomes stifling, and you end up not putting out anything for the danger that there is a flaw in it. Because the thing that doesn't exist is always perfect. The book that you don't write, that you keep talking about, is the best story that you imagine. The painting that you don't do, that you keep imagining, has no missed brushstrokes. That project that you don't start, that you keep thinking about, will never fail. And when people say, I'm a perfectionist, what I generally hear is, the ideas exist in my mind because I do not create any flaws in them in my mind. Nothing is perfect. Things are as good as they can be and as good as you can make them within a realistic time frame. Be okay with a flaw. Put something out that you know has a flaw at some point.
I've been waiting for a real challenge.
Can something be perfect if it can't endure an error? That's another way of looking at it. No, Tig, they're not. Put something out there that has a flaw. Be okay with your own flaws and your own ideas. Tig, quick question. You just said Andrew Tate is perfect. Is that a joke, or are you someone that believes that the advice Andrew Tate gives is good advice? Just need to work out whether you're joking with that or not. When he says, people say obvious bait, no, Taj, it's not obvious at all. It's not obvious bait no matter what, because the amount of people online that absolutely 100% do believe that is higher than you would like it to be. Whenever someone says obvious bait, I think you're forgetting exactly how popular these things are. I would hope it's bait. But unfortunately, I've met so many people who 100% believe that. It's higher than zero. Yeah, it's higher than zero, which is a shame. Right. Let me just do this now. Hey, we got the Ravager. Fantastic. Finally, I'm useful. Well, we kill all of these things. And we got the Ravager. For whoever needs the Ravager. Warlock weapon, right? I don't need that. As funny as it would be to have it. I do not need it. Grab stuff to pick. I mean, if it was a bit, if it was a joke, then I think sometimes people need to realize that the context and the community that you tell the joke within need to find it funny. Nerd, do you believe that? Nerd just said Andrew Tate succeeds because he attempts to speak to young men without shaming or humiliating them. Instead of getting angry at Tate's, people should ask themselves why there's a dearth of empowering message. I don't believe that. I believe he talks to young men in a way that continues them to be angry. I believe he talks to them in a way that tells them everything else is everyone else's fault and not theirs. And I don't think that it's the person that you should be taking life advice from. I don't think it's a person you should be inspired by. Let's just make this really easy. If you believe that Andrew Tate is a good role model, could you just say yes in the chat? Just make this a lot quicker. You don't need to say no, because saying no is going to flood the chat. But I'm just going to scroll down and see who said yes for that. Because you've got to put your... Yes. Okay, that's fine. We can just... Inju, just ban everyone that said yes. Zove says yes. Hang on, give me a second. I'm just banning loads of people. I don't agree with him, but he's filling a niche that's been ignored. Yeah, we do need more... we do need more people traffickers, don't we? That's definitely a niche that's been ignored. It's not a niche that's been ignored, it's a niche that's been manipulated into believing that they are now being attacked and they're being exploited because of that. He has some valid points, but why does it need to be all or none? Raz, that's a very good point. It doesn't need to be all or none. Unfortunately, you're dealing with people on the internet who need to support something wholeheartedly or not, which is why I said, do you believe he's a good role model? Hang on, I'm just scrolling through. This is the easiest purge ever. This is very easy. Now, you know, Hooked on a Feeling, the danger with this is no one that is attempting to manipulate people is going to be 100% of a monster. What they will do is they will say very agreeable, very understandable, often very provable things. What will then happen is they will start to slip in the ideology that they want to encourage. You don't walk on and say, hey, I believe all this heinous shit. You walk on and say, hey man, it's difficult out there. And someone goes, oh, they are difficult out there, yeah. They are difficult out there. And they're like, you know what, it's got harder recently. They're like, yeah, you know what, it has got harder recently. And you're like, you know what, it hasn't got harder for everyone though, has it? And then you're like, what do you mean? They're like, well, you know, that person's doing fine, they're doing fine. It's just you that's kind of struggling with this, and us and this group that we've got, so we can stick together. And they're like, you know what, yeah, we should stick together. You slowly boil the frog. There's a level of cult indoctrination to it. Which means that when people say to me, hey, he's got some good points, the danger with that is that you need to be mentally strong enough to differentiate good points that bad people say to bad people using good points to slowly lure you in. That's the danger. Which is why I said, do you think Andrew Tate is a good role model? Because personally, I don't think a sex trafficker is a good role model. I don't think someone who preys on people's insecurities is a good role model. But maybe that's just me. You can take some of the worst people imaginable and find that they will probably have an opinion that people agree with. They'll probably have an opinion that you agree with. Eric, as much as you might like the guy, don't run defense. This is not something you want to be running defense for. Eric just typed in alleged trafficker. Eric, you don't want to be defending that. Like, if you're a lawyer, if you're a barrister, if you're that guy's kind of legal defense, leave it for that. What you don't want to do is jump onto Twitch and be like, hey, just going to be, you know, defending the guy that's pretty awful. You don't need to do that. Because I'm pretty sure there's a lot of evidence. And Art Rose says, probably best not to talk about this topic on your stream. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. It is a thing that we should probably avoid talking about, because you're going to get people running in going, hey, we should actually talk about this and talk about that and talk about the other. I think what they do is they hear people saying things that they agree with, and so they think, hey, that's a person that gets it. Oh yeah, loads. Heart, absolutely loads, without a doubt. I've always found it really weird that people say, hey, this person that is definitely a really shit human being, I'm going to jump on and defend them to make sure that even though they will never know that I defended them online, I defend their honor online against possible slander. Which is why I simply said the question. Say yes if you think Andrew Tate is a good role model. It's very simple. You don't need to say no. I'm pretty sure that no is the general standard of most people here. Right, do you guys want to do Armory again? Hey, I leveled up, didn't I? Which means I've got a point to spend. I think we can do this again. Again? Sweet. Do I still play Guild Wars 2 sometimes? I've not played Guild Wars 2 for a while, to be honest. After being hit with the Shadow or Fire spell, you have a chance to become immune. It's taking damage. I don't want to be doing that. And increase the damage done by your fire spells by 2%. Sweet! Reduces the cast time as you incinerate. I'm not bothered about incinerating, but I will use Ember Storm to increase this from 386 to 393. Fantastic. There we go. How long does it take to get to full level? Quite a while, to be honest. quite a while. Dumbledore, don't do this. I'm not a big fan of the guy, but isn't it unfair to say he sex traffics when he wasn't convicted or had solid evidence? Again, I don't like him, but we shouldn't let our personal opinions of someone determine what we imagine as fact or not. Negative assumptions and positive assumptions aren't fair. He's not a perfect dude, but he's still a human. Okay, so this is a conversation that we can have offline. I have seen firsthand the attitudes of young guys and how they have been emboldened in an incredibly vicious and vindictive way. And they use the Tate said it, so it's fine defense. Therefore, what I've seen that man do is incredibly damaging to the psyche of young boys. And so I cannot, in good conscience, continue to support or continue to even hint at the possible endorsement of defense to it than that. This is definitely a weekend stream. You, as an individual, might be smart enough to understand that there is nuance to most things. But I also need you to understand that when you have seen legions of young boys becoming young men who are emboldened by the toxicity of the influences that they are watching, and they are using that to justify horrific treatment of who they see as lesser than them, I'm not going to continue to engage with ideas that I think are incredibly damaging and dangerous on Twitch. We can have a conversation in real life, but we can't do it on Twitch because this is not a political stream. It will do harm. And some people believe, and this is very important, that not calling out behavior that I disagree with is endorsement. And I do not want to risk the idea that people believe that I would endorse that man. Do we have the metrics on how many people these individuals have damaged, though? No, Bear Brain, because they didn't fill in the Google form that was sent out to them, so we don't have all of the numbers. We just have the general visions of what people think is okay and not okay with the rise of the manosphere. And unfortunately, what then happens is people that come to this stream with the kind of third space that I make are continuously, again, exposed to that kind of behavior and that kind of discussion and those kind of people that they don't want to be exposed to. This is meant to be a third space that doesn't discuss or endorse harmful ideology, which is why I'm just going to ban people that start talking about it. And people that come in and go, yeah, well, you see that we need to give this nuanced idea. We need to engage it. We need to endorse it. Maybe we do, but maybe not here. Maybe there are places in other places that we need to continue discussing it. Maybe this third space right now is not the right place, because a lot of people use this as a place that they escape to in order to avoid the shit that's damaging in everyday life. And we just want to talk about Wet Ghost and play some World of Warcraft. And then other people come in and go, tell me your opinions on ideology. No. This is the place that we escape from. Sorry, this is the place we escape to. So, we need a fifth person. We need DPS. So let's grab a DPS for Thingy-mabobby. Our ideology's wet. Yes. All of them. Hang on. Need DPS for Scarlet Monastery, Lib and Armory. When am I going to try PvP? I'm not. I've got no interest in it at all. Can I provide you with a 4th space? Lewis, why don't our insides itch? That's a good question. For the same reason that the itch sensation isn't actually generated on whatever part of your skin is itching. It's most generated in your spine because of all the nerves, which means you can actually get rid of an itch by scratching your back. Killer, the repedestrianisation of Norwich city centre. Well, people forget that traders need access to Dixon's too. I agree. Tech, I completely agree. This is not the platform that we are going to 100% be... Any DM group for level 34 Druid Feral. Is a Druid Feral... Can a Feral Druid DPS? We're about to find out. Streaming and teaching seems very similar. Yes, they are. Can I talk in iambic pentameter? I would need to specifically write down something that has 10 beats per line to be able to do that. Have we... I mean, can a Feral Druid do DPS? I actually don't know. Let's find out. Do you need a summon? Can I speak in Times New Roman? I can speak in Wingdings. Just give you some symbols. Right. Yes, let's go and summon them, guys. Let's do this. Can I speak more wetly? That was a 3rd tier Patreon thing. What is a 3rd space? Okay, so for anyone unfamiliar, there is a concept in sociology, the study of how societies work, called the 3rd space. Now, the 1st and the 2nd space are where you exist at home and at work. Home is normally the 1st space, work is the 2nd space. The 3rd space is where you go that is neither home nor work. So you could have something like the pub. You could have the gym. You could have a library. You could have a youth centre. You could have a shopping centre where you and your mates go and hang out. You could have anywhere where you are that is not where you work or where you live. And 3rd spaces are normally where socialization happens. 3rd spaces are where you can hang out with your friends, where you can meet people, where you can become part of a group. 3rd spaces are where you get to socialize. Now, what's happening is 3rd spaces are being massively reduced in real life. We're losing youth centers. We're losing libraries. We're losing the ability to just hang out in shopping centers because shopping centers are shutting down. If you imagine life in the 90s, the 80s, maybe even the early 2000s, there was probably quite a lot of places that you could go that were not your house or your work to hang out with people. We imagine this idea of, you know, kids going to play on the park, which isn't something that happens as much anymore. 3rd spaces allow society to connect in a way that isn't where they live or where they work. Arcades. Imagine the arcades in, you know, the 80s. Let's go to... Hang on, reset. Let's do library. Library first. But what's happening is we are losing 3rd spaces. And the interesting thing about losing 3rd spaces is people are finding them online to replace them. So is an MMORPG a 3rd space? Yes. Yes, they absolutely are. Twitch is a 3rd space. This is a digital 3rd space where you get the socialization aspect of something that is neither where you live nor where you work, despite the fact that you might be watching Twitch while you're either at home or while you're at work. because you want something that is not to do with your house and is not to do with your job, but does make you feel like part of a society, part of a collective, which is why we have thousands of people hanging out. That is where the third space is. So the issue that we're seeing now is that third spaces are being vastly reduced over time. We are, unfortunately, losing them. And what that means is, because we are losing third spaces in real life, and this is actually something I want to write a video on at some point, we are giving control of the third spaces we have access to over to whoever curates them. Because let's imagine that you went to the pub after work as a third space. While the pub is of course owned by someone, there is still a level of social expectation while you are in the pub. There are rules to follow. There is the community element of it. But with third spaces being online now, they are often ran by people who benefit if more people join the third space. If you have an online group or an online forum, it wants to provide a place for people, but it also wants to succeed. Which means we are seeing the rise in people who benefit from keeping people in their third space. And often they benefit from keeping people angry. Can you think of any online groups or online societies that end up in a spiral of negative input, negative reinforcement, and suddenly you are not screaming into the void anymore? You are now with a bunch of people all screaming into the same void, and in order to be noticed, you need to scream the loudest. Which means that we end up with a society built in an online third space that is no longer regulated by general social norms, but is instead encouraging more and more extremist behavior, because that is what gets noticed by the people that were there before, and that's what encourages the people that are joining now. It is a feedback loop of negativity. Art imitates life, life exaggerates art. Therefore, the next imitation is an imitation of an exaggeration, and the next exaggeration intimidates things that's been exaggerated. It becomes a self-sustaining negative feedback loop. That is what I think the danger of the digital third space is. It doesn't just exist to provide someone a place to be. It exists to provide someone a place to be more, to push out, to shout louder, to scream louder, to be angrier. Twitter rewards posts that get engagement. Posts that push negativity and hatred get more engagement. The third space has become a weaponized digital battleground. It's used as propaganda for any team that want to use it. This is the danger of all of it. Have you guys seen this happen in your own life? Have you seen any individual groups of people that you know slowly start to become more and more extreme? I've seen it. I've seen guys that I've been friends with agree with a couple of honestly very agreeable statements. And then I've seen them start to agree with more extreme statements, and I've started to see more and more extreme stuff. And I'm like, okay, now you're a bit too far gone. Now you've pushed into it. Now we've lost you to that. Because you are now simply a recruit of whatever that third space needs you to be. And the third space is no longer serving you. You are now part of it. We can see this in a less extreme way. Imagine you go to an old English pub. A lovely old English pub. And you walk in and you're like, this third space is what I need. It's beautiful, it's lovely, it's ancient, it's got great architecture, it's got lovely drinks, it's got good company. And then imagine that you see someone in the corner an old man who goes there every single day and stays there for 4 or 5 hours every day. Is he using the third space in a healthy, social way? Or has he become part of it? Is he unable to be intertwined from it? Has that third space become a crutch for him? I think that we see a lot of people who end up connecting to the third spaces in such a strong way that it becomes, that's a great way, it becomes more like a prison. And when we lose the third spaces physically, we have to replace them digitally. And now that we've replaced them digitally, people are able to meet as many people as they want, and they're able to start that spiral of pushing each other to be more and more and more and more and more extreme. And if you want to see an example of this, look at fitness influencers. Fitness influencers are more muscular, are more lean, are more extreme, are more intense than they've ever been. We call it gymflation. Gymflation is the idea that you must get bigger, you must get more ripped, you must be more impressive than the guy that came before you. Now, is it always bad? Are there good examples of things getting themselves into a feedback loop? Because whenever a third space exists, you want to be one of the people that is seen as the champions of that space. It's no longer about health. It's not about health at all. It's now about being the best. Almost any group, any society, any culture that prides itself on someone being better than someone else, or in any way has a level of competition to it, will end up with people who descend so strongly into that that the competition becomes what defines them. It's no longer about overcoming your ego, it's now about overcoming everyone else. The Looksmaxing community benefits from you being insecure. You know what? Consider this. The most information given on Looksmaxing is actually drink water, eat healthy, and get good sleep. You know what? I agree with all that. Drink water, get good sleep, eat well, get sun, get oxygen, walk outside, all that stuff. That's great. And then you start to include stuff like, and then you've got to do this and that and the other and that and the other, and then you've got to be in a competition with people. What I don't see the Looksmaxing community doing is encouraging people to be happy with themselves. And then, if they want to change, encouraging that. Do I understand you correctly that I'm accepting negative and stressful situations with people that are negative chatters so I don't risk creating an echo chamber? There is a balance to that, without a doubt. There is absolutely a balance. I need to make sure that I'm not curating my own echo chamber where people only ever agree with me, but I also need to make sure that I'm not creating a culture or a community that the people who have joined because they feel safe begin to feel unsafe. It's a balance of saying, I don't want you to be sycophants and agree with everything I say, but I also don't want to actively platform people who are actively trying to harm you. Does that make sense? I've got to find that balance of, you can challenge me, but I don't want to respect people who are actively disrespecting people who feel safe here. Because there are many people who feel safe in this community because of support that I have for various groups. And so I don't want those people to feel that they are now being pushed to the side. They are the good kids in school who never do anything wrong, but the bad kids get all the attention. Does that make sense? Intellect and spirit. Do I need spirit as a warlock? Increases health regen while not in combat, mana regen while not casting. Do I need spirit as a warlock? I think I probably... No, I don't. Okay, cool. Spirit isn't damage, that's fair. So yeah, that's what I was talking about, the idea earlier, is I don't want this to devolve into an echo chamber, but at the same time, I also don't want it to become a collection of question and answer times that is done in a disrespectful way. So having these discussions is an important thing to do, but it's also about not encouraging behavior that is actively harmful. And as they sometimes say, mercy to the guilty is cruelty to the innocent. So there are sometimes people who come in here spouting absolutely abhorrent ideologies. And at what point do I stop engaging with that? Because engaging with it is itself kind of mentally damaging to people who have suffered from it. Genuinely, do you see all of us as an echo chamber? No. I see a lot of people in here who are willing to respectfully disagree with my opinions as vital. We have no rogue and we have a locked chest, that's a shame. Is the Ashbringer in WoW Classic? The corrupted Ashbringer is, I think. You don't think you'd have the patience to keep things respectful, not in the quantity of strange messages you get. Oh, there's hundreds, thousands every day. It's incredible the amount of messages that this stream does receive. I mean, it's flattering, don't get me wrong. We can have a conversation about opposing views, provided that your opposing views is not about dehumanizing people or removing the rights. There is a difference on opposing a view of whether bin collection should be twice weekly or once a month with big bins, and what group of people do and do not deserve fundamental respect. And I think what happens is a lot of people come in here with the idea of, hey, I want to have a disagreement with you, but what they actually mean is, I fundamentally disrespect people in a way that dehumanizes them. I need you to validate me. I don't think that's fair. Could you repeat the line about mercy and cruelty? It's a classic line. I'm not sure who said it originally, but it says, mercy to the guilty is cruelty to the innocent. And sometimes there is this idea that consistent forgiveness and consistent grace extended to people who do not extend it to others is itself damaging to the people who have been harmed by it. Billiam, it's not on anyone but yourself to understand that using your free will to be cruel to another person can hurt everyone involved. Yes. Yes, it is. That's true. And I think that often people do come in seeking validation. It's very easy for me to turn around and just say to a group of people, you're completely right. I agree with everything you said. The version you've heard is mercy for the strong cannot come at the cost of the weak. I'd have to look into exactly how that relates to it. What about an eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth? I think if we try and reduce down any kind of restorative or rehabilitation-based systems to we must engage in equal exchange, we end up prioritizing revenge over rehabilitation. And there is no easy answer to this. Because if there was, we would have found it hundreds of years ago. The very nature of that whole process can be contradictory in itself. And sayings can contradict themselves as well. Too many cooks spoil the broth, but many hands make light work. Two sayings that you can use at any given time that says we need more people and we need fewer people. The answer, I think, is we simply need a functional system that can adapt to each individual element that it's expected to adapt to. And I think a lot of people focus on the revenge and the vengeance and the vindication more than saying, right, what society do we want to be? Because I'm pretty sure there are many countries out there that have exceptional rehabilitation systems within prison that have a very low recidivism rate. But you would have to double check me on that because I don't have the stats to hand. I think at a large enough scale, people who are just constantly seeking revenge end up with this, again, self-perpetuating cycle. Because if someone offends somebody else and demands retribution and justice, and then they get it, someone who was close to or loved or cared for the person that was then unfortunately, caught within that is going to themselves want to seek revenge and seek justice. It ends up becoming this consistent cycle where nobody feels that they have been treated fairly and everyone feels that they are owed their pound of flesh. Person A commits something terrible toward person B. Person A, gets punished for it. And then someone who is friends with person A thinks, oh, they didn't deserve that, I'm going to go and hurt person B's family again. And then person B's family gets into a beef with person A's family, and it becomes this constant cycle. The lines get blurred. And people want me, a Twitch streamer, to be able to say exactly what should and shouldn't be morally correct. I do not know. You're reducting to absurdity, Josh. Yes, I am art, because you're asking for deep philosophical, legal, and moral answers on a stream where I'm playing a Warlock with 5 abilities. People very much want to be given the answers that they already agree with by someone that they want to agree with them. A lot of people struggle to make their points. Ooh, River Pride Choker. Cool. Strength and stamina level 28. Very nice. I'm not sure how rare or valuable that is, but you guys can have it. And I'm not bothered about that either. But if I have misinterpreted you, then please do explain, because I want to be able to have a chat with you. What's my favorite breakfast food? Crave cereal, although I can't eat it too much because it is so Moorish. You like when I disagree. It's good to understand the different view. Absolutely. I'm happy to have a different view explained to me. I'm happy to listen to it. Can you ask about productivity? I mean, you can. I can give you my best answer, but can't give you all the answers. What does Moorish mean? You just want to eat more of it. You need some more. You have a different view to you. I just disagree with the argumentation. Oh yeah, that's fine. And ultimately, there is no objectively correct answer, because if there was, we'd have probably found it by now. Hey, congrats, someone leveled up. How am I? We've discussed some deep topics. I actually agree with you, but I'm just a contrarian. Why? Because you believe that you need to give value to the conversation, and if you don't have anything to add that agrees with it, the way that you give value is by competing against it? It's okay to say, I don't have anything to add. The weekend crowd is definitely interesting, but I'm just going to stop platforming people that I just fundamentally disagree with. Why do you only use so few abilities? You don't need more abilities. You don't need more. This is all the Warlock needs. Can you be mature without having any kind of humility? I don't know. Usually you can stay stoic, but sometimes it's hard not to get irritated or upset when disagreeing with someone. So when someone gets upset at me, I try to be patient. Absolutely, it's very important to be patient. It's very important to extend that grace to people and give them time. Just reading as many messages as I can. I disagree, you need more water breathing. That's true. That's very true. Also, it's totally okay to say, I don't know. I say I don't know a lot. Something that I think people really need to get into their heads and understand is that there are complicated topics that people will have complicated views on, and being able to have respectful conversations on those topics is an essential part of effectively a society growing strong and great and working with itself. But having those conversations needs to be based with a foundation of respect, understanding, and human decency toward the other person, even if you don't necessarily agree with all of their life choices. That's okay. It's okay to disagree with someone's choices and not feel that you need to attack them or belittle them. Now, I'm not saying that we're going to disagree on someone thinking that human rights are fundamentally different person to person, but it's very important to be able to have a middle ground, respectful conversation. And if you aren't able to do that, then why not? What prevents you having a conversation with someone that you disagree with? Is it because you disagree with their opinions and you find them so offensive and insulting that you don't want to engage with them at all? Is it because you cannot possibly comprehend that you are wrong in any way? You risk being the Dunning-Kruger guy. Yes. I'm gonna run to the tank, see what I can do here. Let's do what damage we can to everyone before I die. Because we might be about to die. I mean, some people do base their views on being right about everything. Some people believe it's a personal offense if you prove them wrong, if you even suggest that they might be wrong. I'm wrong a lot. And that's okay. I think some people see every conversation as a conflict. They see every conversation as a win or lose. And we had someone in chat earlier say they're a contrarian, which means whenever they hear a point being put forward, they will instinctively take the opposing viewpoint because they feel that they need to. They absolutely need to be the opposing viewpoint. Every conversation is a debate. Every conversation is an argument. And if someone says something, it is your moral duty to argue against whatever is being said. It is your emotional validation to be the devil's advocate. The devil does not need you to advocate for him in every conversation. Sometimes it's okay to let the devil make his own arguments. You don't need to be the one arguing for him. I mean, have you guys ever met someone who absolutely needs every single time to argue against whatever you say? As a creator, you start to have problems with feeling alienated from the creative community as it grows bigger. How do you manage to growing so big with popularity? Hang on a sec. You will distance yourself from certain people over time. That is not necessarily a bad thing, that is just progression. It's okay to progress. You will find time and you will make time for the people that you want to continue chatting to and hanging out with. But god damn, burn that guy down real fast. It's okay to want to examine things from every angle, but when you live as a contrarian, you make your personality, you are the disagreeable one. That's what people know about you. That's what people come to understand and learn about you. You are the one who will never agree. Already got it. Already got it. And unfortunately, when you make your personality, I am the one who will disagree with you, could we do the cathedral, or should we try the armory? Right, cathedral's 36. Let's try arm. See how well we do with the cathedral. I've met people who base their entire personality on being the contrarian, being the argumentative one, being the one who has to have a different ideal, a different thought. And honestly, it is quite tiring to have to deal with those people all the time, because every conversation with them becomes, I'm going to argue about everything you say. Every step that you take in progress becomes a fought for moment. And honestly, that is just absolutely bloody tiring to deal with. People that pride themselves on, oh, I just like a good debate. Yeah, we all do. But not when you're trying to have a conversation and your entire personality becomes, I am the one that will debate you on literally everything. Time and a place. You got to balance it. We will do armory then, guys. Right, guys, let's take a 5-minute break. Let's grab a bite to eat, grab yourself a drink, stretch your legs, and when we come back, we will continue talking about people who are contrarians. Here's a DVD logo, because I know you guys don't want to ever be left alone with your thoughts, and you want to stare at something. Here's a 6-minute timer. I'll see you guys in 6 minutes. Don't go anywhere. Or do. I'm not your dad. Okay, I'm back. Has everyone behaved? Has everyone been good? Everyone best have behaved. Right. Oh, good. The harem's back. The 2 dancing goats and the 3rd dancing goat. You know what? Now that's a night elf, isn't it? Night elf druid. You can stay there. That's absolutely fine. You can get involved. Right, who else is joining us? Is there room in the guild? Currently, yes, there is room for exactly 1 person. There we go. Right, who do we need? We've got healer, druid. Need a DPS? Do we need a DPS? Need a healer. Do we need a healer? Alright, give me a second. I'll work out what we need. Healer or DPS? Okay, cool. Let's go to DPS. It's easy to get a healer. Any DPS / healer for Scarlet Monastery Armory. Let's see who we can get. No healing, just DPS. I mean, level 36 powered and available. You can, if you can DPS, then yeah, sure. Let's do it. This is the first stream I've been into since watching the Replays channel. Well, welcome. Hopefully you're having a lovely day. Taran, do you need an invite? Okay. Need a summon. If you do, Taran, we can go and summon you right now. If you do, just say yes. I'll go and grab your summon. Let us know, Taran. Wherever you may be. I'm assuming you do. By the way, Josh, I don't believe you have Halloween dino nuggies. I believe you're lying on the internet. It's true. I was hoping it wouldn't be found out. I lied to you. All of you. I've let you down. I've let myself down. I've let the energy of streaming down in general. Who does the edits for the Replays channel? Visa. Visa does all of it. No, I've got them in the freezer. I have. Not going to show you, but they are there. Where's the ukulele? It's on the way. I'm sorry, that's also a lie. There's no ukulele on the way. I just can't stop lying to you. I'm sorry. Right, Taran, let me summon you, my bro. There we go. You wouldn't know them. They go to another stream. You hope Moo is alright. We all hope Moo is alright, in general. Are we all here? Taran should be here in a minute. While I'll stay, they don't need me to summon. We don't. Hang on, we've got Tass. Taran. Taran, we're trying to summon you. Hobo, support me with the summoning, please. Hobo, are you supporting me? We need to be supporting the same portal. How about if I support Taran, you need to click my portal. And then when you've clicked that portal... No, you're now creating your own portal, I believe. Okay. Not the stone, my portal. And then you support this. And then by supporting the portal, that strengthens it. There we... I think there we go. There we go. Right, Felstead, let's go. Teamwork in summoning. I have come so far. I am explaining the game to other people. My goodness. Increase the damage done by your fire spells and reduce the cast time of your incinerate. I don't care about reducing the cast time of incinerate. I care about the increased damage to fire spells. I'm all grown up, guys. I am learning. Do you even need the stone? You've got the spell for it. You need a soul shard, and I don't have one. It doesn't... Yeah, saves me a shard. That's what I was thinking. Just saves me a shard, you know. I'm kind of a save shards kind of guy. You don't need shards. Right, imps here. Let's go. Where's your shard bag? Haven't got one. Didn't need one, to be honest. Right, let's go. Got my knife. Got my blade. Got my massive AoE firestorm, which is great. Right, so we're keeping the row of water breathing to send a message. Yeah, it's very important that you keep that. Otherwise, what would happen if you need to breathe underwater? You would die. You would die from too much water. Drowning is just excessive moistness. When you really think about it, when you step back and really consider what it is death through excessive wetness. I don't like thinking about it that way, but that is how it is. I am right. You aren't wrong, Josh, but what the fuck? That's how this stream works. I am not wrong, but there are many times when what I say is wrong. What I like is how you don't need to aim with a Warlock. You're just like, hey, do fire over there. This has definitely allowed me a huge amount of brain power to focus on the chat. The only problem is the chat has not needed that much brain power today. The chat has very much been a lot of angry people. I do always manage to say everything. Yes, I do make bad mouth sometimes. That is true. How many have I slain with excessive wetness? My lawyer has advised me to say no one. Hang on, not enough mana means punch self in face moments. Can you do a Warlock tank? Today I stole a quote from you, and I wanted to act like I came up with it, but the person instantly knew the quote was from you. What? What was the quote? And I cannot believe that my quotes have escaped into the rest of the world. Was it we have prioritized the experience points over the point of the experience? That's my favorite quote. Warlocks have some really niche range tanking stuff. Is it Wet Ghost? The quotes have escaped the containment, guys. If a friend is alone and not doing good, that doesn't mean he's dead when talking about people calling MMOs dead. Yes, thank you. Thank you. I'm glad that we've managed to work out that friends not being at the best they've ever been does not mean they are dead. Season of Discovery sounded fun. It's almost a shame that I never got to do it. Oh, was it my impression of a microwave when I spun around on the chair slowly? That was a good impression. Your clips have made their way to my very normie sister, who has no interest in gaming. She's been sending, saying, you like this guy, right? When I checked into a hotel when I was down in Brighton for a bit, the guy behind the thing, the reception desk, looked at me and went, you're a YouTuber, aren't you? I went, yes. He went, oh, cool. And that was our entire interaction, which was great. I can't believe this flame elemental is immune to flame. What if I throw a Wet Ghost at him instead? Yeah, not immune to that, are you? Frickin' nerd. Big angry candle. Have I been recognized in real life? Often. Often and frequently. Which means often, but with more words. Letters. Small words. How have I only been streaming for 5 hours? Oh my god, Sundays are the Wednesday of the weekend. I think you guys know exactly what I mean when I say that. Sundays are 100% the Wednesdays of Sundays. She just likes him because he sounds like Matt Berry. Josh is that guy. Josh is known as that guy who sounds like Matt Berry. Welcome to the Scarlet Monastery as we delve through the dungeon and kill these people. Protectors. God's man. Josh, who's cooler? Jack Black or you? I would say we're about the same. And I think Jack Black would agree. I haven't spoken to him in a while. Stormwind City. That's where we come from.
It's too far away.
Hang on, we've pulled a mob. You'd think the mob would appreciate it. You love Matt Berry, the Mighty Boosh, the IT crowd, and What We Do in the Shadows. They're all great. They were from the IT crowd if he was the boss there. Renham Industries.
Hang on, I forgot to cast spells. There we go. Now I'm casting spells. Josh, can you do the funny German accent? I've checked in with Germany, and they've asked me to never do it again. So I have to respect the wishes of the German people. I'm German, do it. They told me that there would be tests, and that I couldn't fail them. The council did say they would be sending people to check. Can you do your Welsh accent, though? You passed the test. Thank you. Can you do your Welsh accent, though? It's too good. No, the Germans have said that I can't do that one either. I think that one was so offensive to everyone that they kind of took lead on it. And said, Josh, the Welsh aren't going to have a problem with this because they can't understand what you've said. The Welsh have an accent. They do. Inju, I think, is around and would be able... Rage Darling is also Welsh. And would be able to say if I am or am not allowed to do Welsh stuff. The English accent is very popular with the ladies overseas. The problem is that the people overseas like the posh English accent. They like the Hugh Grant English accent. Like, they would like me to go over there and be like, oh, I'm terribly sorry, but do you mind if I get involved in this conversation? That would be lovely. Well, I have to say you're both looking absolutely stunning tonight. Gorgeous specimens, both of you. Oh my God. I'm not to say that you're specimens. Oh my goodness, I'm all in a tizzy. Would you like to accompany me to a walk down the beach sometime? That's what they would all like. They don't know the actual English accent, which is walking up and going, I'll buy yous both a drink, like, but one of yous best be up for a shag. That's not as sexy. But that is also an English accent. You have to work out where you want the English accents from. Because otherwise you're opening yourself up for a big, big range of English accents. The stream became not safe for work in 5 seconds. Yeah, you've got to work out where you want the accent from. Can we get an English accent tier list? You wouldn't want that. None of us would want that. I thought the Geordies were outside. They were back. They were there. Is that the reason you stream on Tuesday? It's Tuesday, isn't it? Yeah, I do. I don't stream on Wednesday or Thursday. The Thallium Choker of Concentration. Plus 3 mana every 5 seconds. I mean, that's pretty good. I would say that's decent. 3 mana every 5 seconds. I could wear that. I would lose stamina and spirit, which is completely, utterly useless for anything I'm doing. Right. I've put a choker on. I'm like every high school girl from the mid-2000s. I'm ready. Go on, Josh. Put on the Thallium Choker of Concentration. I did. I'm completing my transformation into a goth girl from the mid-2000s. Now I've just got to go to Hot Topic. Get myself a t-shirt that says normal people scare me. And a pencil case that says boys are smelly, throw rocks at them. I know how it goes. I'll buy myself a pair of gloves and cut the fingers off them. And then I'll make sure that I wear my Live Strong bracelet. Don't pretend that I don't know. To better show off your chipped black nail polish. Hell yeah. What about My Chemical Romance in your Walkman? Yeah, I will. I'll be there with that. Can we kill you before you run away? Do too much. Is emo culture specifically millennial culture? I think that it definitely took off around that era. Do warlocks just spawn with eyeshadow? A warlock is a mage whose father took them into the city to see a marching band. Are fingerless gloves, are they the female fedora? I would say kind of knee-high, thigh-high socks, but with a different design on each sock. A rogue is a warrior who didn't like going to the gym. Josh, please do this, is Matt Berry. Let me get... it's not the best at accent. Hang on for a second. New York City. When I was a young boy, my father took me into the city to see a marching band. He said, son, when you grow up, would you be the savior of the broken, the beaten, and the damned? He said, will you defeat them, your demons, and all the non-believers, the plans that they have made? Because one day, I'll leave you, a phantom, to lead you in the summer, to join the Black Parade. I don't know why you wanted that. Does Matt Berry know you're doing this? My lawyers have advised me to say no. It's worrying how you know every lyric of that. I grew up in the internet age. I grew up when old Godzilla was hopping around Tokyo City like a big playground. Some of you have carried on the song. Old Godzilla was hopping around Tokyo City like a big playground when suddenly Batman burst from the shade and hit Godzilla with a bat grenade. Godzilla got pissed and began to attack, but did not expect to be blocked by Shaq, who proceeded to open up a can of Shaq Fu when Eric Carter came out of the blue. I grew up when you could have a copyright song play when someone visited your MySpace. Oh god, yeah, obviously. I'm reciting the old magics. Wait, I know the song, Ultimate Showdown of Ultimate Destiny. What is like the millennial anthem? I would say it's probably Smash Mouth. Somebody once told me. That or Nickelback. I'm sorry, but I think that Nickelback were far more popular than most people want to admit. Do you guys ever wear those weird shag bands, either in college or high school? And it was just a thin rubber band, and the idea that all the adults hated was like, oh, the legends go that if you break off a shag band that someone else is wearing, they must perform a certain thing on you, decided by the color of the band. Remember the legends? That was what adults were worried we were doing. They were genuinely worried. That was a UK thing. It was steeped in legends and myth that we didn't understand. They were like, so, you're wearing 5 crazy bands, but you're wearing green, blue, red, yellow, and black. You do understand that if someone breaks one of those bands, they must perform a certain physical activity on you. And I'm like, what? Who made that up? Who created that? What's the activity? They're like, well, it changes depend on the band. Don't say that you have no idea what I'm talking about. You all do. One person made it up. Rules Jimothy. He decided what happened. Josh, are you high? I have never actually done the drug. I've partaken in alcohol, but never the drug. They were called crazy bands, I'm pretty sure. Do you guys also remember that before the internet, schools would have rumors that somehow every school had? Like, we all knew that Marilyn Manson had his lower ribs removed. And we all knew that Mew was under the truck. And we all knew someone whose uncle worked at Nintendo. To a degree, the internet has killed whimsy. And to another degree, the internet has brought us a different type of whimsy, where we now focus on analog horror. I love analog horror online, because it's this idea that the scariest things happened before connections were established. And I kind of agree with that. Analog horror, the idea that terrifying things happen most offline. There is also a vibe when you watch any kind of footage that looks like it's come from a VHS. There was a streamer recently, I'm sure I saw this on Livestream Fail. There was a streamer who actually fed the video feed of either their camera or their webcam through a VCR player before they ended up, broadcasting it. And it created this real, authentic, classic kind of late 90s, early 2000s handheld VHS style tape. That was super cool. That was incredible. That was absolutely incredible the way he did that. They were clever. We're also getting the Exit 8 film and the Backrooms film. The Exit 8 film, I'm pretty sure, has existed for a while. Everything on VHS does look creepy. There's probably a VHS filter that I could put on right now, but I'm pretty sure I've already limited my camera to 24 frames a second for the cinematic effect, which is why this looks different to the 60 frames a second that most things go. I've not seen Iron Lung yet, no. I'm very, very, very behind on films. I am a cinematic person, it's true. I can't believe that what level was I when I started this stream? I'm pretty sure I was level 31, possibly 32. Because I'm now halfway to level 36. Level 33, I'm sure it wasn't 33. It was lower than that. It was way lower than that. It was either 30, I think it was 32. No, you're all saying 33, okay. We're all saying level 33. Maybe I was wrong. Let me just run forward and do this. That's why Alien is so creepy. The old-timey vibe to their technology. It does make it creepier. Is it possible? It's possible to use a Game Boy camera for your webcam. That could be cool. Oh, film photography is a hobby of yours, so you can understand how and why it works. Does anyone know the best way to find a guild on WoW Classic era servers? Probably just asking around in the town, to be honest. Oh, those alien slime egg toys. And the rumors were if you put them together in one of the plastic containers within the alien slime, they would have babies. But you have no way of knowing how that works. That's a question. Do you think, what kind of rumors do kids these days have? And I think that it's video game related ones, like, the whole Minecraft and the whatever the creepy dude was in the corner. I think rumors now have to start online. Hero Brian, that was the one, yeah. What kind of... Because what we had there was the monoculture, the idea of the monoculture. Slender Man. Here's another problem. Do you think that the kind of whimsical secrets that this generation will have will, just like the Slender Man film, be turned into corporate product? I honestly do think that it will just be turned into product. I think that all of the creepy stuff will become product. We've had the Slender Man. I mean, look at the fact that we've got the Backrooms film coming out. The Backrooms film isn't coming out because, you know, they think it's a really, really, really good idea. It's coming out because it's got a pre-established audience. It can become product. The Backrooms is coming out. Slender Man came out as a film. Product do be producting, though. Now, I'm not saying that it's going to be a bad film. It might even be quite a good film. But it is the idea that you must take stuff that people create as rumors and monetize it. Can stuff exist as whimsy anymore? You are wrong on the Backrooms movie. I haven't seen it, so I don't know. Am I wrong because it's going to be a good movie or a bad movie? Have you seen the film? Alright, good job, guys. I mean, Five Nights at Freddy's was an okay first movie, to be fair. Thing is, Five Nights at Freddy's was created as product. It was a game originally that has now been turned into a film. What I'm talking about is something that was created entirely as a whimsical rumor that people have decided, hey, this is now popular enough to monetize. I mean, I'll go and watch the Backrooms movie, absolutely. SCP is a good example. I just think that it's difficult now to create a rumor purely for the sake of the rumor, for the love of the game. No one's making rumors for the love of the game anymore. It's basically an indie movie from what we know. It's being made by A24. A24 is one of the best film production companies. They aren't massive, you know, AAA multi-billion companies, but they're definitely not indie. A24 is not an indie film company. A24 is a full-time professional film company that have big names and lots of money. They might produce kind of lower budget films, but I wouldn't say that it's possible to compare them to indie as in, you know, a couple of kids from university giving it a go. They make good movies. I mean, Heretic was a fantastic movie. It is independent. Okay, I wouldn't... While I understand that the verbiage of indie and independent are similar, I would not say that a film company being independent means that it is or is not indie in terms of amount of money spent and amount of quality into the film. You can be an independent film company with hundreds of millions of dollars behind you, and I don't think anyone would say it's an indie film. You could also be a fresh-faced bunch of filmmakers who are supported by a larger studio who would still absolutely qualify being called an indie film. I think, again, because there's no hard and fast definition of exactly what it is or isn't, it's somewhat complicated to say this is or isn't this thing. I think indie has become separate from what it originally meant. And I think, to me, an indie film is normally a film that's done on a lower budget with less experience, less full-time professional people. There is no objective definition of indie, but I wouldn't describe A24 as an indie film company to people. I would definitely describe it as a mid-budget film company that focus on slightly more obscure, slightly smaller scale stories. With good quality stuff. Heretic, again, fantastic. Have I watched The Room? Yes, I have. Very interesting film. I think as well there is a... Grok says it's widely considered an indie film company. Okay, Incog, I'm not asking Grok. I'm asking you guys to think. The ability to access all human information at any time has absolutely changed the way conversations do and don't work. Who's Grok? Grok is the AI that you can access through Twitter, and you can tag it with @Grok, and it will ask you questions. And you can ask it questions that will answer you. And I do judge people when they use it. I am reading the chat as much as I possibly can. And catching up with stuff. I think, again, this is a perfect example of the fact that there is not a hard and fast definition of things. So if you say that indie means independent, as in the word itself means independent, we would have to check whether A24 is fully independent and fully self-funded and not owned by any larger corporation. And then if it means lower experience level, we'd have to check what the experience level of the people involved is. Who defines the definitions? The dictionary people. John Dictionary. Did I watch the last UFC fight? Nope, I have no interest in that whatsoever. Not the guy for that, sorry. Did you max your level or warrior already? No, just changing around what I'm playing for a bit. Ah, a prescriptivist. I don't know what that term means. The definition of indie has definitely been screwed up, yeah. But at some point you have to ask, are we trying to define something, or are we just trying to defeat someone in an argument? Have you made a priest? I don't think so. The Staff of Jordan. Intellect and spirit. Where does that drop from? And how does it look? It looks cool. It spins. Where do you get the Staff of Jordan? I've got the Draenei Priest, but I've not looked into it too much yet. Oh, it's a world drop. Okay. So it can drop anytime, whenever. Cool. How's she doing? Probably fine. Probably fine. Back in your time, Indy was a fictional archaeologist. He wasn't. They named the dog Indiana. They're of the opinions that a central authority should determine the correct language. Oh, I see. Gotcha. I think language is fluid. I think language changes. It's always surprising to me when people go, actually, that word doesn't mean what you think it means because it means this a while ago. And I'm like, yeah, I get that. But you must also understand that the meaning and the use and the general connection of words changes over time. And by saying, actually, that word doesn't mean what you think it means, you are denying the evolution of language. You can have multiple words that all mean different things in different contexts. And I find it fascinating that the meaning of the words does change along with kind of our general social structure with it. Language is wet because it morphs. It's very important to remember this. I've always found it quite strange whenever someone says, actually, that word means this, when they are more interested in being right and less interested in learning what the word has now come to mean. Yeah, still, I completely agree. When people say, actually, that word means this, and they give you the old meaning while ignoring the modern meaning, in a way, they are saying that the modern meaning has no relevance to them, and everyone should use the old static meanings. Let me just kill myself so I can get some mana. Yeah, like the word to decimate. Decimate means 1 in 10. Get removed. I believe that's what it meant originally. Correct me if I'm wrong with that, but I think decimate from the deci, meaning within 10, means 1 in 10. But if you said, oh my god, you know, we ran into a battle and got decimated, what it means is you lost quite badly. No one's going, oh my god, we got decimated, to mean we lost 10%. Even though, you know, linguistically it means that, it doesn't mean that anymore within contexts. So it's an interesting balance of, I mean, language itself is fascinating. We communicate with other human beings in various ways. Language is one of those ways. Audio waveforms that carry relevant information that can be understood by the brain. We communicate through visual with writing. We communicate through body language. We communicate through rituals. We communicate through sight and sound, and smell, and touch, and taste. We communicate through the lack of any of these things as well. But when you think about it, all language, especially the spoken word, is manipulation of sound waves with your own body to allow somebody else to share your thoughts and to continue the creation of a thought path in someone else that you may never meet. That to me is fascinating. We are limited with what words we know, and we are limited with how we understand those words based on the complexity of the thoughts we're able to convey to somebody else. If you are not able to communicate what you think or what you feel, you are never able to get the complexity of that across to somebody else. And sometimes the method of communication has to overcome that person's emotional frame of mind. When it comes to modern definitions, it often means just one social bubble uses it like that, and the overall older meaning is still dormant within the body of communication. I get where you're coming from, but I think it's more complicated, I believe. I mean, potentially, absolutely. Language can evolve within a group. You can have a single social circle in a university or a college somewhere who use one word to mean something because it's relevant to them, but humanity as a whole would use it differently. And the idea is we can have one word can have many different definitions based on its context. One social bubble can use it like that. The older meaning can use it like that as well. You know what? Jam is a great example, Red Sky. Jam could mean you are playing music together with your friends. Jam could mean the sweet preserve made from strawberries or oranges. Jam could also mean traffic jam. Jam could also mean a machine has stopped. If you say that's a jam in different contexts, it means different things, but you are conveying that thought, that idea, in different contexts with the same word. So the context and the energy that you use a word within also changes. When I say the meaning of the word, I don't mean that the word itself has an inherent meaning that must be ascribed to it. I mean, in the attempt to communicate whatever you're trying to communicate, that word itself is doing a different job. It's doing a different amount of heavy lifting. It's doing a different... it is a pointer pointing to a different process or element or aspect. It is a sound that carries a feeling. Is that not just a fancy way of explaining context? Yes, it is. But we also have to understand that the way the context is delivered matters too, because it gets far more complicated. Because you can say something to someone in a way that they absolutely hate, and you can say it in a way that they absolutely love, and you can use the same words, but it can be delivered with body language differences. It can be delivered in a different situation, different context. There's so much variety that you can deliver it with. There is the old linguistic joke that if you say a double negative, it becomes a positive, such as something like didn't not. A double negative becomes a positive. And there's the old university joke of a professor says to his class, and yet there is no example where a double positive becomes a negative. And a student replies, yeah, right. Which is a perfect example of a double positive being a negative. It's like the Australian is different if you say, no, yeah, and yeah, no. The word that you say at the end is the word that matters. And a lot of people do struggle with sarcasm. Understanding sarcasm does need you to understand the layers of the word that came before it, though. That's a really interesting way of looking at it. You can only understand what sarcasm is if you understand what it is being sarcastic against. Sarcasm is very hard to detect in text form, which is why we normally use the /s afterwards. Let me know when you're ready for some damage. Hey Josh and gang, what are today's shenanigans? Oh, we've talked about a load of stuff. /S means to say, doesn't it? Normally, in a typed way, it normally means sarcastic. If someone says /S at the end of a sentence, it normally means said in a sarcastic way. Ooh, the Scorching Wand. 26 to 49 fire damage, whereas I'm currently doing shadow damage. Does my wand fire damage get increased by my skills that give bonus fire damage? I actually don't know if it does. No, it doesn't. Okay, in that case, get rid of it. Not wands. Gotcha. Yes, we can get more fireworks. We know that you want more fireworks. But Josh, I'm British. Sarcasm is just my natural state of being. Well, I'm sure that's really useful to you. What weapon are you using, Taran? That's super cool. Gut Render. Wounds the target for... That's a badass looking sword, to be fair. You think sarcasm is a pipeline to cynicism? I think that it's very irritating when you meet people who are literally always sarcastic. Have any of you met those kind of people? Every single thing they say has to be sarcastic. Everything they say is a quip. Everything they say is a little kind of jab at you. Everything has to be cynical. Everything is sarcastic. You guys ever do that? Maybe you were that person as a child. Maybe you got over it. I think kids and teenagers do go through this phase where everything they say has to be delivered with a veneer of sarcasm, a veneer of almost arrogant misunderstanding. Most of you probably did it when you were in your late teens. Every single response has to be quippy. Every response has to be dripping in sarcasm. And you think that it gives you a personality when actually it just makes you really insufferable. It's a shield. It is, thank you. Bath, it's a shield from vulnerability. If you don't care about anything, then nothing can ever be used to hurt you. If you have no emotional attachment whatsoever to anything you talk about, then you have no weakness. You have no vulnerability. And one of the easiest ways to do that is to just constantly reinforce the fact that you just do not care. But ultimately that is a very, I think, sad way of being, because nobody ends up wanting to talk to you. And we have had, you gave a great example of House MD. People look at these characters who are meant to be unlikable geniuses, and they take from them the unlikable part without forgetting that you kind of need to take the genius part as well. If you model yourself on an unlikable character with a redeeming trait, it really helps to have the redeeming trait as well. That's what people forget to bring it through. They're also characters that are designed to be archetypes and understandable. They're designed to be immediately dislikable, but likable when you get them. Everything has to be hyper-ironic, self-aware, and meta. Lob, oh man. One thing that really, hey, I don't like to say, oh, all modern writing sucks. No, because most of modern writing is very good. However, there is a subset of modern writing that I believe is prevalent in film, TV, and to a degree theatre and video games, where the writers are almost afraid of being genuine. And so what they do is they layer the genuine feelings behind many, many walls of sarcasm, of wit, of dry comedy, because the alternate is just being vulnerable. The alternate is being genuine. And that, I think, is becoming a rarity. It's a level, I mean, it is to a degree postmodernism. But I think it's a fear of connecting with people in a way that is non-ironic. I think it's a fear of opening yourself up to genuine critique. Do I feel the Marvel Cinematic Universe might be a perpetrator, victim, or both? Probably both. It becomes a feedback loop of itself. It's the emotional scene between two characters that reaches its emotional pitch, that pays off the emotional dividends, that has to be bookended with the, well, that got emotional, didn't it? You don't need to constantly, in a meta way, self-reference what did or did not happen in your work, because needing to do that often comes across as almost feeling a lack of confidence in your own work, and feeling that the best way to preemptively address criticism is to almost recognize what they're going to criticize and say that you're doing it ironically. One of the biggest things that I saw whenever I was teaching was students have this obsession with doing something so bad it's good. You see this with film students, you see this with writing, you see this with artists. They always say, I'm going to make this so bad it's good. And I'm like, no, you're not. You're just going to make it bad. You're just saying it's so bad it's good as a preemptive way of shielding yourself from critique that you're going to have, you know, thrown at you. By saying so bad it's good, you're giving yourself... We just got 2 Tabards of the Scarlet Crusade. That's pretty good. I turned on the streamer client. Obviously, I turned on the streamer client. Thing is, do I need that? It's kind of cool. Herod shoulders I don't need. I'm gonna greed both. I've greeted the top one. Everyone greed the top one, see what happens. If you don't get it, greed the bottom. Yeah, 2 Tabards just dropped in one go. I've not even looted these guys yet. That's being rolled for... I'm just going to greed both and see what... Can you sell it? Binds one picked up. Okay, I will greed this one as well and see what happens. And we got... Thalank got the first one, and who got the second one? Hobo, excellent. Hobo needed it. You guys rolled need. Oh my goodness. Can't believe they rolled a need. Kicked from the guild, kicked from everywhere. Popping in to keep your streak, appreciate that. There's loot drama. There's loot drama in the Scarlet Monastery. That is not very Raven. The room was made to be a masterpiece, but it takes effort to be something so bad. Yeah, that was it. So bad it's good. When someone says, I'm going to make something so bad it's good, they actually mean, I'm going to try and make something, but I also want to preemptively shield myself from criticism if it isn't very good, so I can enjoy it in a kind of post-irony way. When if you asked most people how they feel about their own work, they would say, I want this to be good. The way that you make something so bad it's good is by earnestly trying to make something good. If you actually genuinely put your heart and soul into making something good, even if it ends up crap, it will still be entertaining. The room was made to be good. Rocky Horror Picture was made to be good, and it is good. It's super entertaining. Birdemic was made to be good. Sharknado was made with earnest love and care. I mean, don't get me wrong, it was made with a level of, you know, self-irony and meta-reverence. But they gave it a bloody good go. Only the first two. After that, they kind of get a bit onwards. Do you guys want to try Cathedral? We can give the Cathedral a go. Let's see how far we get. Last hurrah before we leave. Yeah, Tommy Wiseau changed what the room was retroactively. Is making something so bad it's good by taking something that it's so bad and trying to make it the best it could possibly be. That's another way of doing it. The reason that I push back against the so bad it's good mentality is I often see it used as a preemptive defense to shield people's ego from why something isn't received very well. When you say this is bad on purpose, what you're actually saying is you can't criticize me because if you don't like it, that was the point. And that, I think, is disingenuous from trying to make something. I think that holds people back from being earnest. I think it holds people back. It's especially a modern thing where people use the it's meant to suck mentality of justifying why they aren't giving it their best go. You used to do that a lot as a teenager for the exact reasons. Yeah. It's why I think I like Expedition 33. Expedition 33 did not feel the need to constantly reference itself in a meta-ironic way. It actually genuinely wanted to have a heart and a soul to it. It really wanted to make the central kind of conflict earnest. And that's what I like. I love the fact that it was comfortable being uncomfortable with itself. It's rare to get that. I think it's why I like old Star Trek. I like the original Star Trek, I like Star Trek The Next Generation, because conversations are not laced in self-referential irony, they are had in earnest. You're actually watching people, the characters at least, talk in a genuine way, in a way that is trying to connect to each other, to themselves, to the situation. Whereas I think a lot of modern Star Trek feels the need to almost preemptively apologize for itself. Have I seen Freerun? Half of it. I've not seen all of it, but again, I really like that. I prefer storytelling that, yeah, it takes its internal logic seriously. That's a great way of putting it. Zach says there are so many better animes, Freerun is overhyped. Zach, just let people like things, man. You don't need to like it, but let people like things. Let people be happy. I'm not a massive fan of Marvel movies, but if someone comes along and says, hey man, I love Marvel movies. All right, cool. You do you. Let people like things. I like One Piece. I like Freerun. I like My Hero Academia. I like Steins Gate. I like the original Yu-Gi-Oh! I like Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged. What's wrong with Marvel movies? I feel that they have been created with a framework and a formula that is almost designed to manipulate the audience to feel what they need them to feel at any given time, instead of having something that they earnestly want to say or do, or anything that the director or actors want to explore. I don't think that they are bad films to sit down and watch with a bucket of popcorn, but I also don't think that they appeal to me personally because I don't think they have a huge amount to say. Raina says, like most movies. No, like most kind of Hollywood cinema movies. There are a huge amount of films out there that are made by people who are, you know, not as famous, not as rich, not as well known, who are, you know, saying things that matter to them. We pulled a wizard from behind, guys. But if you enjoy it, great. I'm not... This is what I struggle with. People hear me say that I don't like something, and they hear me give the reasons for me not liking it, and they think that what I'm doing is telling them why they shouldn't like it. I don't care if you do or don't like something. I'm just saying it's not for me personally. Because I have a limited amount of time to consume a limited amount of art, and I don't want to consume art that looks visually pretty that doesn't speak to me in a deeper way. Not liking something does not equal bad. With a limited amount of time, I want to engage with stuff that I think is created with an emotional resonance behind it. I think that you can feel the emotional difference if you watch The Lord of the Rings and then go and watch The Hobbit. Because I think while these are both products, and while I understand they were both designed to make money, I think one of them, The Lord of the Rings, was made with a huge amount of love and passion and care and depth of understanding of the material, while I think The Hobbit was created in order to get people to go and watch The Hobbit. But at the same time, if you turn around and say to me, "Oh, I love The Hobbit," cool, more power to you. Great, I'm not going to yuck your yum. I'm not going to say that you are wrong for enjoying and gaining value from art that I don't personally gain value from. And I think so many people put so much personal validation and personal stock into whether they do or don't like artwork that has been created by forces outside of them, that when people turn around and say, "I don't like this artwork," they think they're saying they don't like them. You don't like a lot of popular anime, not because they're popular. The dialogue is so many of them. The overconfident smugness makes you cringe, which stops you from watching Dragon Ball Z. And some stronger guy shows up. I enjoy Dragon Ball Z for what it is. I think sometimes you have to meet things on what they are. And this is why if me and a friend are going to sit down and watch a popcorn movie, cool, we'll chuck some Marvel on. I'm not going to argue against it. If I'm with my group of friends, I'm not going to say, lads, we're not watching Marvel movies. Okay, they don't intellectually stimulate me enough. Okay. We're going to be sitting down watching Everything Everywhere All at Once, pausing every 10 minutes to discuss the philosophical ramifications of what we've just seen. No. I can enjoy stuff. It's fine to enjoy stuff. But sometimes you have to meet stuff on the same level as what it's trying to be. Like, I'm sure some people will think that's a good time. But if I'm hanging out with a group of people and they're like, "Hey man, who wants to put on Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs in the background and play some beer pong?" I'm not going to sit down and go, "Oh, you absolute fool. You complete simpleton." We are going to sit down, drink Courvoisier, and watch Requiem for a Dream. And only when all of us have contemplated the futility of existence will I consider beer pong. Because that would make me an insufferable douchebag. So I'm not going to do that. I think some people who feel the need... And again, you've triggered me to go on this speech because you had to say that you didn't like, you thought that Free Run was an overrated anime. It's fine to think it's overrated, but don't make people feel bad for enjoying it. Don't make people feel inferior for enjoying art that you don't enjoy. We've seen the Scarlet Belt so many times, these runs. They really want us to have that belt. I'd say we clear. For the risk. Opinions are not objective. Opinions can be subjective. Well-given speeches have become a part of my job now. They apparently have. It is very important to occasionally reframe how we interact with people and realize that not, and I know this is rich coming from a Twitch streamer, not everyone needs to know when you dislike something. People seem to have this desire of whenever someone talks about something they dislike, they think it's their duty to inform people that they dislike it. You can just let people like things. Like if some of my friends are talking about a show or a book or a movie or a band or a game that I don't like I don't feel the need to interject myself into that conversation and be like, just so you know, man, that game sucks. Because that would be rude of me. Also, when you say this thing sucks, you're almost demanding someone acknowledges that they're wrong for enjoying something. You hear that a lot whenever you say Dark Souls 2. Dark Souls 2 is different. Dark Souls 2 makes a lot of choices that I actually really like. I think Dark Souls 2 is definitely a more difficult game for me to enjoy. But you know what I really like about Dark Souls 2? Remember the Pursuer in Dark Souls 2? That boss that just shows up randomly in different places? That was awesome. And the fact whether if you replay Dark Souls 2, when you do the New Game Plus, the boss shows up in a different place. Remember that spider boss in Dark Souls 2? When you play it on New Game Plus, it actually changes where the bosses are. Which I think is really cool. That's got a great choice. Have you ever noticed that whenever you don't like something, or whenever else someone else doesn't like something, the first thing they have to do is tell you how much it sucks? What they never do is find something they like about it. What they never do straight away is go, you know what, I actually really enjoy. If you are talking about something you like, and somebody else is familiar with that thing but they don't like it, they will immediately start a confrontational conversation where they tell you what they don't like about it, instead of jumping in with something that they do. Because humans bond over misery far more than we bond over positivity. Now we're just talking about human nature. Misery loves company, man. Misery straight up loves company. Guys, we are gaining insane experience from this, by the way. This is fantastic. I've been playing for 6 hours and gained nearly 3 levels, which is excellent. I would say it's excellent. Why do players have the same icons on their action bar? Oh, do you mean these ones down here? All the water breathing? I thought it was funny. What do I think about the rules of nature? I think about them all the time, man. All the time. I don't know what rules of nature are. Is this meant to be a meme thing or a show? How often do I think about the Roman Empire? Honestly, like all men, once every 2 or 3 seconds. Right. Are we ready? Oh, it's a song from Metal Gear. Gotcha. Just reading the chat. Keeping up. Was that a big crit? I'd actually see it. Oh, well, we've pulled everything, so good luck, guys. You know what? Normally I would do AoE damage, but instead I'm just going to straight up focus on this guy. I'm going to slowly kill myself while I kill these dudes. Is the Warlock wet? I think it will be soon. Now I can do this. Hang on, let me just get myself some mana. There we go. Now we're doing more big damage. It was important that we took down the 4 to 2 immediately. Can you kill yourself with life tap? Hate to inform you, but I'm out of mana. Well, that means that I'm out of life. So allow me to drink a potion. And then continue to throw in lots of damage. Right. Are you grinding this dungeon for the experience or the loot? Little of column A, little of column B. Josh, did you know there's a skeleton inside you right now? Lub, I hate to inform you, but if you ever get drafted into the afterlife wars, you will become both a zombie, a skeleton, and a ghost. Alright, there are 3 things inside you. One person could create a zombie, a skeleton, and a ghost. Think about it. And 2 wolves. That's why there are so many wolves in the afterlife. Every time someone dies, the 2 wolves inside them die too. Safe pulls, I'd say? Yes. Pull safe. Guys, we're doing safe pulls and I'm doing single kills. Look at how much damage I hit. Resist. 333, that's not bad. Hi chat, it's Josh, a Destruction Warlock. Why not use dots or drain spells? Ah, Zeh. Good question. Let me explain the rotation to you, okay? So, the Destruction Warlock uses shadow spells, fire spells. You've got a couple of affliction spells as well. But the rotation is this. When the fight starts, Shadow Bolt. Any questions? Now you'll notice that what I'm doing, once I've finished with Shadow Bolt, and this is where the real skill comes in, is you cast another Shadow Bolt. You have to ask yourself a question between every cast, and that question is, are the enemy still alive? And if the enemy are still alive, cast another Shadow Bolt. If they are dead, this is where it gets complicated, you don't need to cast another Shadow Bolt. Not immediately. Man doesn't even have his imp summoned. Don't need my imp summoned, mate. You know why? Imp's not casting Shadow Bolt. What if they turn into a zombie? That's when you cast Shadow Bolt again. If no mana, life tap, wait for healer. Yes. See, I've got a skill on number 4, life tap, which is really, really interesting. What the life tap is the tap that you turn on that's connected to the healer's mana, which puts their mana in my mana. Do I require the aid of a wizard? Not at all. Now, sometimes I'll just get down to using the old wand. That's my mana. It's not your mana, it's my mana. Right? I'm a warlock and I'm not afraid to kill myself. If the healer isn't sad, then the warlock isn't warlocking properly. Warlock is the communism of DPS. My mana is my mana, and your mana is my mana. What about the fell armor buff? Don't know what that is. What is that? Wait until we get a shadow priest who will just keep refilling my mana. That sounds great. The problem is that they are resisting most of my spells, which is super annoying. It's a level 62 Warlock. Okay. '62 Warlock buff. We are doing great, guys. This is really good pulling by the tank. Good job. Hey Josh, love the WoW content. Long time classic player. It's been fun seeing you experience the content as a new player. Well, thank you very much. I've really enjoyed doing it. I've had a good time playing. You want your own experience, but did you consider how the imp does help out? And what made you decide against having it out, except it not casting Shadow Bolt? So the reason that I've not got the imp out is because it died and I forgot to resummon it, and now people are pointing that out, and so I'm trying to justify why I've not got it out instead of just admitting that I forgot to resummon it. Now I could just admit that, yeah, I forgot to resummon it and then resummon it, but I feel now that I've dug this hole so deeply that I'm almost quite committed to continuing with this. Because the alternative is admitting that I'm wrong, and I don't want to do that. The imp would add another action bar, and you know what? I'm just not ready for that. I can hit the Scarlet Chaplain because you're level 34 and I'm level 35. In fact, we might even level up before the boss happens, which would be great. The hole was dug so deep that yeah, exactly. I feel that one button, two action bars, one button rotation, two action bars. That's all you need. I'm going to kill the Chaplain so I can actually hit this guy. You made me play WoW again. The guild is fantastic. You're having a blast. Good. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Glad everyone's having a good time, to be honest. Why not summon the succubus? I haven't done the quest yet. When I do the quest, maybe. Won't your mana tap be hard to hit if it's only in one spot? No, it's fine. Don't worry. I can just press 4 and then guarantee that I get some mana. What's my opinion on cheese? Epic and varied. And I feel that we don't have anywhere near enough time to go into it on a Twitch chat. Hey, congrats. We are leveling up in this dungeon, guys. Josh, I will donate you 5 freedom dollars and you will do the succubus quest. I will do the succubus quest probably tomorrow. I've been streaming for 6 hours so far and I need food at some point because my goodness. Right, let's kill this level 34 guy first. Let's just wreck him down. If I was a cheese, what cheese would I be? I think I'd be all of them. In a way. I don't think a man can answer that question without fully understanding what that means. Josh is missing 2 pets at this point. I am! You know what, fine, I'll summon my imp, but I'm not happy about this. How is this game so popular yet so old? For the same reason that I am. It's just good at what it does. I have often found people that judge a thing and say it shouldn't be popular because it's old maybe fail to understand that the reason it's old is because it's survived, and the reason it's survived is because it's good at what it does. I have met people who say this thing shouldn't be good because it's not new. There are entire, bunches of people out there who only like things when they are new. Kill this wizard first if we can, because it does big arcane AoE. Line of sight the other wizard if possible. And run away from the AoE the wizards do. But there are people who have genuinely asked, how can you enjoy this when it's old? For the same reason that I like listening to Queen. For the same reason that I'll watch The Matrix. For the same reason that I like eating pizza despite the fact that the recipe is old. I think it's a very young person opinion that they struggle to understand why something is enjoyable because it's old. I think it's an opinion that honestly speaks to a lack of critical thinking. I cannot enjoy this because it is not new. Red, you can critical thunk. I agree with that. You've seen someone about 30 that says books and media over 50 years old is obsolete. There are entire groups of people who believe that the future does not matter, the past is irrelevant, and all that matters is the present, and being correct and valued and important and right in the present right now is the only thing that matters. Some people just like to hate things. And I think some people are just idiots. I think that everyone has the potential to be smart. But ultimately, if you don't want to put the effort and the work into being at least curious about things, not everyone can help you. Sniper says hating things is fun. I hope you're being ironic with that, because hating things is honestly a really childish way to define yourself. There are many people who are defined by what they hate instead of what they love, and that must be an exhausting way to live. It must be quite mentally draining to be defined by what you don't like as opposed to what you do all the time. Like, we all like and dislike certain things, but when you make a core aspect of your personality, I am someone who hates things, it just seems... It just seems tiring. Like, an amount of healthy dislike for stuff can be fine. But when you build your own personal brand around what you hate, you still become defined by things. Consider this. If you spend a load of time telling people what you hate because you don't like those things and don't want them to define you, you are ironically still being defined by those things. You are just casting yourself in the negative to them, in the opposite. Which means those things are still taking a prominent role in your life. Which is absolutely tiring. Like when you say, oh, I don't listen to what's popular, I only listen to other stuff because I don't want to be a sheep, I don't want to be controlled. I'm like, you're still being controlled. You're just being controlled in the other way. You're still letting the popular opinion guide what you do. You're just specifically not doing that because you think that makes you different and better in the eyes of everyone else. If you deliberately don't do something because it's popular, you're still being controlled by the popular thing. If you really want to find a way to balance it, be willing to do... Oh, hang on, no, we'll keep going with the chaplain. Right, wizard next. If you really do want to be able to experience lots of stuff individually, then you have to be willing to do things that are popular and that aren't popular, because you might like them. People that describe themselves as brutally honest often care about the brutality more than the honesty. And people that define themselves as a negative arsehole often do it because they realize they don't want to be vulnerable. Yeah, being contrarian for the sake of being contrarian is effectively saying, I don't have any opinions or beliefs or ideas, and instead will simply argue against you to be the villain in every story, because otherwise I don't seem to have a part in the story. People want to be involved in situations. But when people don't feel confident in themselves, then they cast themselves as a character. And the character, the role they play is the contrarian, devil's advocate. Is trying not to be vulnerable a bad thing, especially if you've been burnt in the past? Karasi, trying not to be vulnerable is definitely not a bad thing. Understanding it, but finding a balance is very important. Finding the correct amount of vulnerability to show. Pushing people away specifically because you don't want to risk that connection is itself quite dangerous, especially if you're replacing vulnerability with sarcasm or negativity. It's okay to not want to be vulnerable, but it's also about finding a healthy way to acknowledge that, and maybe saying something like, I don't want to engage in that conversation right now, is totally okay. I just leveled up and healed myself by killing that guy. That was the most clutch level up I've ever seen. So it's okay to not want to be vulnerable, but it's also very important to be able to say what you want to avoid in a way that is direct. You can say, hey, I'm not comfortable talking about that. I don't want to have that conversation. That's okay. You're allowed to say that. It gets tiring when you, instead of saying that, replace it with just constantly being sarcastic and contrarian and hateful. That's the danger. Growth takes work. And being comfortable with saying, hey, that's too much right now, that's also important. You can dismiss a conversation because you are... Yeah, exactly. You can simply say, I'm not comfortable talking about this right now. No is a complete sentence. So, Karasi, I agree that pushing away from things that make you uncomfortable, very healthy thing to do. But be willing to address it directly. What do I think about the internet hate toward furries? I think it's very brave to hate something that built you. I think if you had an IT consultation convention and a furry convention, you've got one convention. Yeah, I mean, if you look at the world's best IT developers and furries, the Venn diagram is just a circle. Right, you guys give me a second, then I'm going to start raining some fire down. There we go. Right, now the numbers are going to come in. Good luck holding the aggro tank. I believe in you. Well, that could be a problem. Hang on. There we go. What were we talking about before this? We were talking about earnesty, genuine connection, not being overly negative all the time. Captain Maggot, I don't think I'm qualified to have that conversation because I'm not part of that specific group, and I think if you're going to have that conversation, then maybe we need to have it off Twitch somewhere, because this is generally going to be a community where we talk about just vibing, hanging out, and not worrying too much about the problems within the world. So, if that is your opinion, that's fine. And I think if you want to have that conversation, that's fine. You can message me on Discord. But this specific Twitch stream is normally where people come to get away from things that make them sad, not to continue to engage with things that make them sad. That's going to be the justification from now on, to be honest. I feel that there is... This Twitch stream is a place that people come to get away from how the world is. Are your social media DMs open? I hate my mental health, so yes. I mean, Maggot, if that was your general opinion, I think that this is the fairest thing to say, I think there are shitty people in lots of communities. And I think there are individual people that need to examine their behavior within any specific community. This stream is basically a podcast for people that don't want to have to worry about... We have negativity broadcast into our heads 24/7, literally forever. You are never going to be able to live your life without negativity being broadcast into it from every possible angle. Social media, radio, TV, internet, phone, even just walking around town. You will be exposed to an overwhelming, a maddening amount of negativity forever. So I don't want this stream to be that place as well. I'm ready. Oh yeah, hang on. Now I'm ready.
Infidels. They must be purified.
Right, let's see if we can kill... I don't know if I can do almost any damage to Mograine. And if I do, I might need to just do the fire attack, because this is less likely to be resisted because it's a higher rank. People are interested in lots of different things, but I also think that people look at streamers and say, you are talking to people all the time, therefore you must always have opinions on all the things I have opinions on. And the answer is sometimes I just don't. Sometimes I just want to play a game. Josh, how do you deal with the constant rage bait on the internet? Sometimes you're getting angry out of nowhere by scrolling for 2 minutes on Twitter. Tizzo, that's by design. Twitter wants you to be angry by scrolling for 2 minutes. Twitter very much wants you to feel that way because it benefits from you being angry, Because believe it or not, anger is addictive. And so they're going to want you to do that. The correct thing is to just stop scrolling Twitter. Consider this. Okay, here's a good question. Have you ever scrolled through any social media and then after, 10, 15, 20 minutes, however long it's been, have you realized that you actually can't remember anything that you've seen, but you can remember how you feel? Because I've done that. I've put my phone down and I've thought, I cannot remember a single thing that I've just seen, but I do know that I'm now unhappy. And that's why I just stopped doing that. It is weird that you go through these ideas of feeling bad, but they'll keep going. The Triune Amulet is stamina, intellect, and spirit. I don't think it's as good as my 3 mana every... I don't need my 3 mana every 5 seconds. My mana is a healer problem. So I'm going to need that. I don't need that. And it's a shame that we've got the Aegis, which is the shield, but we don't need anything else. It's a real shame. Yeah, you guys did well. As a tank, you didn't get the shield. Oh, I thought the shield was there. Yeah, you did. Oh, Sham, you've got greed. I've passed it. The Aegis is the shield. Unless there's a different shield. Oh, you're a DPS now. Gotcha. Okay. I see. Now, guys, that was a good run. That was a very good run. Level 36. This is my first MMO. You're doing really good. You're doing really well. Well done at defeating that. Hang on. Is that the first time you've ever done the Cathedral? Hobo, was this your first Cathedral run? I just assumed that you knew exactly what you were doing because you're in the right place all the time. Well done. Didn't even explain the boss mechanic. No, the second one. Gotcha. Well done. That was great. Good job, guys. Really good job. Right, let's head out. Remember the... In fact, I'm going to half out. So just watch the patrols, guys. Good luck getting past them. You've been off social networks for some time and you're missing something. YouTube and Twitch have elements of the problem, but you can avoid the infinite scrolling. It's not too bad. Yeah, you're missing nothing. You don't need to... Social media is not designed to be social. It's designed to make you antisocial and then fill in that anger hole that it creates. There's a thing called create the problem, sell the solution. Create the problem of loneliness, sell the solution of community. Right. We are doing, I would say honestly, pretty damn well. But I have been streaming for 6.5 hours right now. It is Sunday. I need to go and have some dinner. And then tomorrow is Monday, which means I will be streaming on Monday. Not streaming either Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday. But then remember that we have the Albion Online thing, which we will have to recruit for pretty heavily over the next 2 to 3 days. But for now, guys, go and enjoy your evening. I believe there is... Let's see who else is streaming right now. Let's see who we can go and say hi to. We could go and say hi to... We could say hi to Zizaran. He's playing Path of Exile. We love Zizaran. Let's say hello. We like a good Ziz. He will be my rival in the Albion Online game in about a week's time. So go and say hi to Ziz and let him know what's up. For now, guys, take care of yourself. Good night. God bless.